Okay. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, depending on where you are in the world. We're only a couple of weeks out from Christmas. In fact, Christmas will be over and done with in 2 weeks' time. But we are getting closer and closer to the end of the year, and look, there's a hell of a lot of live sport to look forward to in 2026, and there's a lot of things even to look forward to in the last couple of weeks of 2025 in a sporting context. But the first things first, I did a video, was it yesterday, talking about the concern, was it the day before? A couple of days ago, talking about my thoughts on the newly implemented social media ban in Australia for under 16s. Now, it's not every single social media site. However, there is a government list that the Australian government produces. And that has been a very, very interesting topic of discussion, considering what's happened in the UK here, where I live, with the Online Safety Act, which is similar in a sense, where under 18s online on certain websites, again, there is a list and of criteria that websites have to meet, and again, you have to be of a certain age, and the discussion around age-related products. Now, one of my subscribers did leave a comment on that video, which is sport-related, in regards to the gambling companies, their advertising, their TV and radio and internet advertising, and the sponsorship of sports teams. So we're restricting social media access for 16s and under, but we're plastering our various sports with gambling sponsorship. And even the news broadcasts have got gambling linked into the sports news broadcast. So there is that debate about another age-controlled product being free and readily viewable to a younger audience, but going on social media, we're not allowing that, but we are going to allow the alcohol advertising and the gambling advertising before a certain. It's just, it does make you wonder. It does make you wonder. So that was an interesting topic. I have my views on internet regulation, because I do think that creators like myself could potentially have our earnings impacted in a negative way. Although this channel, I don't really get a lot of secondary school age teenagers watching this channel. However, other channels who are similar, who are sports related, or just obviously on YouTube, other creators obviously do have a large proportion of their audience are under the age of 18. And there's going to be economic consequences, because we earn revenue, we obviously pay our taxes, we spend our earnings on various things, so we contribute again back into the economy. And if revenues are hurt, that's going to hurt economic, side of things. So it's a very interesting topic, and I wouldn't be surprised if more questions about that and get raised, and if it does lead down a slippery slope where we see more legislation around the world in this regard, with restriction and age restricting access on the internet, or restricting access on the internet, or changing of the legislation around social media and how we consume our social media content, because obviously the media landscape, be it the traditional, and then as time has gone on, the internet based, and now the social media based, it's changed, and how we consume media has changed. And then relate that to a sporting context, I think it is borne out with my channel's viewership, where below the age of 20, 24, 25, there is a massive drop off in the percentage of viewers who are under the age of 25 who watch this channel. Half my viewers are over the age of 34, sorry, or over the age of 35, and are in my age demographic or older. When I started the channel, I did have more 18 to 24-year-olds watching and engaging, leaving comments. I think in part my audience has grown up as the channel's aged, the audience has aged. Professional sports is finding that they've got aging fan bases. They're finding it harder to engage with new fans and younger fans especially, and we're seeing various ideas thrown out there and proposals and rule changes, and they're trying various schemes to encourage female fans to attend and younger fans to attend. They're trying to engage with kids and teenagers and trying to get them through the turnstiles, watching on TV, watching online, buying the merchandise and engaging, because that's that next generation, not only of fans, but of players. And that's kind of interesting as well. We've seen many initiatives, that's the word I was looking for, initiatives trying to encourage more families in attendance at games and at sporting events, youth programs, youth engagement. But we are seeing a lot of sports are finding that their fan base demographic is aging and is shifting in that kind of demographic. Yes, the World Cup. Whether these are going to be the final prices that we get, or if FIFA realizes that they're actually going to price out a lot of the fans coming to the World Cup, even the fans based in North America are saying these prices are obscene. So if you are a Mexican, your average salary, I mean, some of these ticket prices are nearly an annual salary for your average Mexican citizen. And you look at the US and Canada. Yes, they're much wealthier than Mexico in regards to average earnings, but there's a cost of living crisis, and I find it mad that they're varying the prices for each individual nation and the games they're playing in the group stages. And you look at it, and look, Qatar was a debatable whether we should have gone to Qatar and whether it was right having a World Cup in December and November and all that. And I mean, that was 3 years ago. 3 years ago. We were obviously watching the Qatar World Cup. I actually found my notebook, which had all the World Cup reviews in it. I thought I'd lost it, but actually, I found the notebook, and since I've lived in this apartment, I've gone through a notebook a year, average. Sometimes a notebook and a half. So I've gone through a lot of notebooks since I've lived here. But yeah, the ticket prices they're massively marked up from 3 years ago. A lot of anger, a lot of anger from European fans, South American fans, but also from fans predominantly in the US. It's putting a lot of potential new viewers for the sport off in the US. And look, I've been listening to a lot to the Joe Rogan Experience, the Joe Rogan podcast, and when it comes to the topic of professional sports, they say the reasons why like rugby union, rugby league, and association football haven't been more successful in the US is you can't advertise because there's no breaks in play. And can't get those cheeky ad breaks in. A lot of fans don't like that in the US, but that's another thing. But the ticket prices, I think FIFA, I mean, Jesus, I know there's a certain amount of feedback from organisers because the organisers want to turn a profit as well. But FIFA, I mean, I don't know how they've come up with the ticketing policy that they have, but not good, considering that Qatar was seen as a very expensive World Cup to host, and the prices are not good, and that's going to. I already had concerns about the tournament following the Club World Cup last summer. We saw attendances were poor, and yes, look, you can't equivalate the club game to the international game. There is a fair difference. However, and I am going to stress this, the issues they had, especially going towards the knockout stages, were they had stadiums which could seat 40 to 60,000 people, for example. They had 5,000 tickets sold, and then within, let's say, 24 hours before kickoff, they were slashing prices to pennies to try and get fans in attendance to make it look good for the broadcasters. And the reality was it wasn't a very well watched event internationally. The viewership wasn't great overall for the tournament, and fans in attendance, be it paid or actual, because there's a difference there as well, wasn't great either. And that was one of the concerns that I had going into the World Cup next year. I've done a video about my concerns. It's up on the channel. And what I found really interesting was they panicked, the organisers panicked because this was the dry run. We used to have the Confederations Cup as the dry run before the actual tournament, but that's gone now. And the organisers panicked. They slashed prices to try and get fans to turn up. And it wasn't a very well received tournament. The year before, for example, we had the Copa America, where the US was one of the guest nations allowed to, invited by CONMEBOL. And again, stadiums weren't sold out. They tried tinkering with a couple of rule experimentations, which didn't work. Fans complained about stadium access and accessibility, transport, cost tickets, the overall fan experience, security concerns. So they've had a year and a half now they've had 2 dry runs. They've had a year and a half to try and work things out. They're still getting the ticket pricing wrong. Accessibility, I mean, Christ, some of the cities that have been chosen, especially in the US, to host games, they've got to massively improve transport accessibility, even if it's on a temporary basis with temporary bus routes or something. They've got to do better in trying to improve the accessibility to stadiums. And I think that's going to be a massive, massive problem in the summer is when it comes down to it. And when we come down to stadium accessibility and getting to and from fan zones and city centres to the actual stadium, some of which are miles away, kilometres, miles, quite a distance from the hotels and the accommodation that fans will be staying at. They're quite far out. So already there's a lot of I've been on social media a lot since the announcement was made, and a lot of Americans, and this is what's really important, is the domestic audience that could potentially buy tickets, pick a nation and go, right, I'm picking the nation, the family are going to come, we're going to buy a family ticket for X, Y, Z games, etc., etc., etc. They're being priced out. So the locals are being priced out. And then you look at some of the things I've seen about, fans from Europe, especially Scotland. They haven't been to a major, yes, they started to qualify for major tournaments again. It's their first World Cup since 1998. So you can see the vibe that the Scottish fans have. Some of them have, if they had qualified, they were going to make plans for the group stages. Looking at the ticket prices per ticket, let alone because they have got Brazil and Morocco in their group, and they're Morocco did quite well the last World Cup, got to the semi-finals. Brazil always fancied at a World Cup, regardless of how the team is playing going into the tournament, because it's Brazil. Their ticket price is very similar to England because of the draw of it. Some Scottish fans are like basically putting their life savings into getting tickets. And I can understand why it could be a once in a generational kind of World Cup appearance. I don't think that's going to be the case, not with Steve Clarke as manager. This is the third major tournament Steve Clarke's got the team to. So on an actual playing standpoint, I think Scotland are trending in the right direction. And I think if Hearts or Hibs or a team not from Glasgow wins the SPL this season, and of course Hearts are in a very strong position, then I think that's also good for Scottish football. But back on topic, some fans are spending their life savings. And the way they've sort of categorised nations, trying to say on the draw of nations. I mean, England games are some of the most heavily priced, highest priced. And then you've got nations like Cape Verde, who've obviously first World Cup, Uzbekistan first World Cup. And even the tickets in their group stage games are ridiculous, which would equivalent to knockout stage or even the finals in Qatar, honestly, or Russia for ticket price, which shows a massive price inflation. The cheapest tickets are nearly equivalent to the most expensive tickets that we saw at the last couple of World Cups. So, and there's been a lot of pushback. Bazball, look, it's not even as the win rate that Bazball has, not including test series but actual test matches, is I think 45% win rate with the style of play. Oh, we've got to be entertaining. We've got to win. And the way they're going about this test series, they've selected players who haven't played a lot of test cricket lately. They're selecting players who spent a lot of time out injured or in the shorter formats of the game. You've got an ex-captain in the team, in Joe Root, which I think is a problem. You've got Ben Stokes as captain, which I actually think is part of the problem. Is Ben Stokes a brilliant cricketer? Is he like a Freddie Flintoff style? Yes. Yes, he is. However, he's exceptionally lucky, I think, not to have gone to prison in 2017. I think if he was charged with ABH or GBH, he would have. The fact he was charged with a fray was a mistake by the prosecutors and the CPS. I think Alex Hales' career has never recovered. There were two, I think, of three players involved in that incident. Alex Hales has never recovered as a player, and Ben Stokes at the time, I think he also broke his hand, I think, was exceptionally lucky back in 2017, 2018 when all that was going on. And look, I mean, there's a fair few of these players who aren't actually born in England or Wales. Jofra Archer, there's a big debate about, should he actually be playing for the West Indies, let alone, his form and his consistency in the series. There's player Chris Wokes, for example, retired because he wasn't selected. And I think if you took Chris Wokes on this tour, the bowling attack would be stronger, more consistent. The batting has been. The second test, I actually caught a little bit of the second test just as England were imploding last week. So a week ago, on my birthday, I went into a pub, just had a quick drink, and the cricket was up. And I was looking at it, and the batting collapse had just begun. So their collapse in the second innings had just begun they were in a very strong position. And before we go and praise the Aussies for being brilliant, they're not. The Australians aren't playing particularly well. Mitchell Starc is take him out the Aussie team, out their bowling attack. It's two very poor sides playing each other. Quite frankly, this Australia side doesn't have to play well to beat this England team. They've got a standing captain. They've cobbled together a batting and bowling lineup. You take Mitchell Starc and maybe two or three other players out of that Australian team, they're just as bad as England. So this is really two very poor teams, one of which is made to look good because the other is so bad. There's no patience about Bazball. It's reckless. There doesn't seem to be a plan B when things are going a little bit wrong, because Test match cricket, much like any international sport, there's going to be ebbs and flows in a game. There's going to be tactical changes. You're going to have a plan B. Like, okay, we'll we'll flip the batting order a little bit. We'll have a good, solid, innings batter come in at 6 or 7. We'll promote one of the batting bowlers who can bat a bit higher up the order as just an attack player, and then have any number of things. Any number of things they could do. They could adjust the upper order a little bit, shake things up. The ECB brought in Brendan McCullum. Right? They brought him in. Now, he was a very aggressive front foot player. Fine. That's fine. His style of play, it didn't always come off, but he held the T20 record for quickest half-century, century, and century at one point. I think he scored the first T20 century. I can't remember. Brendan McCullum did a lot of firsts in the game. He revolutionised upper to middle order batting with his attacking style. Okay, as a coach, he's terrible because he doesn't want to admit that they've got their preparation wrong, their selection wrong, and it doesn't help that the coverage on the broadcasters is pretty. I mean, the Australian coverage is a lot better than the English coverage. Let's just say that. The UK broadcast rights from TNT, the coverage has been absolutely diabolical, poor, absolutely poor. It's been slammed by fans, but a lot of, they've even had times where they've won against the so-called weaker opposition, where Bazball has been exposed in periods in Test matches and actually in tests that they've lost in series that they've won. It looks good when you're winning against, I don't know, your Zimbabwe's, and even then against Zimbabwe, there were moments where they were under pressure at various points. Now, Zimbabwe are a much lower ranked Test nation than they used to be. They've gone through a lot of problems over the last 2 decades as a nation, as a Test nation. But I watched little bits of that series, and there was some moments where England were looking exposed, in both with the bat and the ball. And yeah, okay, they win the series. It's fine. It's a shorter series. It's fine. But there was some glaring problems going into this Ashes series. Glaring problems. And then let's get on to the topic of the next Ashes series here in England, where they're selecting where the Test matches are played. Old Trafford and Headingley aren't being used as test venues for the next Ashes. Trent Bridge is going to be the most northerly test venue in a year and a half's time, which I find ridiculous because there's some, fantastic cricket grounds, which could be brought up to test standard, and there's those historical ones like Old Trafford and Headingley, and they're not being used. And the amount of money that Headingley's had spent on it as a venue, the rugby league and the cricket complex, that's a travesty not to have Test cricket there for the Ashes. I think that's poor from the ECB and the organisers. I think that's poor. I think England are going to lose this series 5-0. I think the inquest has to start at the top because the ECB have gone down this road where McCullum's their coach. They've brought him in. The selectors as well have a big part to play in this. Of course, the captain and the vice captain, the leadership group of players, has a big part to play in the game as well and in the team dynamic. And for me, I don't know where the ECB go from here, but questions need to be asked about a lot of things, including fan engagement and building the future. Go back 20 years, we win the Ashes, one of the best Test series of all time, one of the best Test series of all time. Two great sides, such an evenly balanced Test series. There was going Australia's way, and then it swung England's way. It's a Test series of two halves. And then the day that we win, obviously, win at the Oval, Paul Collingwood's big part of that final test. Brilliant. Paul Collingwood's a very underrated player, in my opinion. People slag him off, but he's very underrated. Go to Downing Street the next day. There's a lot of embarrassing stories that continue to come out about when Tony Blair met the England, set up in the England team, and there was, you hear about that and behaviour was appalling, but that summed up the culture of cricket, I think, as a wider sport, not just English cricket, but cricket as a sport at the time. The day they meet the Prime Minister, 2005, in that second week of September, so we've just won the Ashes, team's been out on the piss for 24, nearly 36 hours. They meet the Prime Minister. There's some really, looking back on it, okay, bit of a celebration. They should have re-celebrated after they met, the head of the British government. But the very next day, as that meeting is ongoing, and there are ECB representatives also meeting the government at the time, they signed the TV deal with Sky to put all domestic and overseas Test matches that England play in behind a paywall, and that's 20 years ago. I always say this. Fast forward to 2019, we obviously have the Cricket World Cup final between England and New Zealand, goes down to the Super Over. England win by one run. There's some debate whether, there was a bit there. That game is not free to air on TV if it's New Zealand or Australia. If England lose that semi-final, we have no free to air cricket, right? The peak viewership of that final, especially in the last, I think it was the last 4 or 5 overs, was around 15 million and change. The peak viewership for was it the third test at Trent Bridge final day was like 23 million people. So 1/3 of the nation watches the 2005 Ashes approximately, and like 1/5 of the nation watches the Cricket World Cup final, the only free-to-air match we had in that tournament, which I thought was a mistake. And you can see where you've lost an average of about 8 to 10 million casual or hardcore fans that have drifted away from the sport or, just not there anymore. And in part, that's the TV deal. So the ECB chases the money. There's been some other major problems since 2005 in the world of cricket. You could argue the pros and cons of T20. You could argue the pros and cons of Seattle and Stanford, the million or the 20 million pound game, which ended up within a few months, he's been, imprisoned for various things. I think if that they tried it with England in the early 2000s. So around the time England win the Rugby World Cup, just before England win the Rugby World Cup, obviously England are building. I think it was between 1998 2002. I seem to remember they had the England games on Sky. Very, very quickly, I think it was about 3, 4 years when I was a lot younger, in the build up to the 2003 World Cup. Very, very quickly, the RFU realised there were less eyes on the product, and it was ultimately going to hurt the sport. Fewer people were watching. They looked at what the BBC were offering with the other nations. At the time, it was the 5, and then it became the 6 nations. And their viewership figures were higher, a lot higher. The engagement was higher. Now they've signed this agreement with ITV for next year. Look, the BBC and ITV. I mean, ITV looks like it could be bought by Sky, which means an injection of funds, and they can't change the structure of ITV. So there's going to be a lot of sport on free-to-air coverage. I can't see it. I can see it potentially going onto a streaming service, but if they were to put it behind a paywall, it would have negative results, massive negative results. I can't see that being a positive. More and more sports now are finding that actually they're going to things like YouTube, where you can get that free streaming, be it ad free or with ads. The PWHL, the Women's Ice Hockey League in North America, the professional, it's free. I can watch it on YouTube. World Rugby has its own channel where you can watch test matches. I mean, it's the lower ranked nations, but you can watch test matches and sevens. So they've got to be careful because, as I say, I don't know what the TV rights deal is outside of Europe. I don't know what that is. But I even know on the continental Europe, it's a lot cheaper for sports subscriptions. There's a lot more free to wear as well, and it's a lot cheaper to engage, consume, watch. If you are in like a major city in Europe, you will find that sports bar. Doesn't matter if it's in the city centre, the town centre. You will find a bar that or bar pub kind of thing, may or may not serve food, but it will have sport on. And it just seems, and in some of the smaller towns and villages, the whole district could go to this. So for World Cups gone or a major games on, involving a nation or a club, if in some smaller villages, the whole village is in 1 or 2 bars which have got TVs. And even the tourists are in there and they're watching the game. It doesn't matter that the commentary's in one language or they're in there and you see it. So it seems to be more fun, more engaging. The Bundesliga is putting some live games on YouTube. I think they're trying to grow their game, their league, to a wider audience. I think they've had issues trying to get broadcasters to spend money. This is what the French league's finding, is they can't find broadcasters willing to spend big money on the French league. And I've done a video on that last year. During COVID, the French TV deal completely collapsed. The overseas TV deal isn't great for the French league either. But Germany are finding that they've reached a point now domestically with their TV deal, and they'd obviously reached a point there and trying to sell it overseas. They were having issues in the Anglosphere market. So English speaking countries, they were finding broadcasters were a little bit, well, we've got the European club football, like the Champions League, Europa League, Conference League rights. We've obviously got the international rights. Premier League takes a lot of money. Serie A and La Liga, I think, have got better international TV deals than the Bundesliga, in part because of some of the star players that go to these leagues. And while the German Bundesliga is actually a fun league, I think in part Bayern's dominance has hurt the league a little bit since 2008. Literally the lifetime of this channel and some. Bayern's won a lot. There's only been a handful of clubs like Wolfsburg, Dortmund and Leverkusen who've stopped Bayern winning the league title. I think Eintracht Frankfurt was one of the clubs that stopped Bayern winning the German DFB Pokal couple of years back, which got a lot of views on the channel. So there's I think the Bundesliga is, as I say, trying to increase their viewership in the English-speaking world, and they're trying to also crack the US market. And I think YouTube is their way to try and get more North American, especially US viewers. As well as I think this is a bit of a promotional thing in the build up to the World Cup, because the German team looks a bit stronger now than what it has done since 2014. The German team's a team in transition. They're not at the same level they were. And since 2018, it's been very obvious that the German national side isn't as dominant. Some of their senior players have moved on. There's a lot of younger players now. And people could argue that the dominance of Bayern Munich is actually ultimately hurting the national side. Yeah, wasn't there a thing about was it the British basketball governing body? There was issues there, wasn't there? But yeah, a lot of sports. Earlier today, I was watching the Asian Le Mans series, race 1 at Sepang. I'll be watching race 2 this time tomorrow morning. The Asian and European Le Mans series have all their races live on YouTube. IMSA now has all its races under the IMSA category live on YouTube outside the US and Canada, because obviously broadcast geo-block means you have to go on IMSA TV, which is also free and accessible to stream. So there are ways, a lot of sports leagues and motorsport formula, like the European Truck Racing Championships and the British Truck Racing Championships, put all their stuff up free stream. The TCR touring car, European TCR and World TCR GT race. There's a lot of motorsport that's free and accessible on YouTube. A lot of GT racing, endurance racing, even the Nürburgring. A lot of their races, a lot of their winter and summer 24-hour series and endurance races free on YouTube. So a lot of sports, a lot of motorsport, but a lot of sports are gravitating towards it. Some of the regional state leagues, when it comes to rugby league and Aussie rules in Australia, guess what? Have YouTube channels where they're broadcasting games live. So, and you can watch a lot of the pre-season games as well, and the youth competitions in Australia when it comes to their sports, especially rugby league and Aussie rules live. So there is this accessibility side of things, and a lot of sports leagues have realised we can reach a wider audience, even if domestically perhaps there may be a TV right still and therefore a geo block. They've worked out they can reach a wider audience. Some of the viewership of some of these leagues and sports is very low, but they're still getting their product out there. And there's the potential that one video hits, a lot of people start watching, the stream goes berserk, the view counts go through the roof, and then it increases the exposure. Exposure is a big thing, especially for amateur and semi-professional sport, or those lower level sports that are struggling to make money. The players aren't paid a lot. It's the exposure aspect. But it's fantastic. But I think YouTube as a platform, individual leagues might bring in their own streaming services, which has been talked about. Even the Premier League's talking about it. So there is definitely this space, I think, is going to be tapped into more. But the motorsport seems to do it the best, and then other sports seem to be the PWHL, the Women's Ice Hockey League in North America, has really tapped in quite well the last couple of years, and the viewership is really, really strong. So they've done quite well getting that deal in place. I know the NFL and baseball, there's the debate about YouTube TV, but there's a lot of issues in North American sport right now with the gambling investigation and the alleged match and spot fixing and the FBI investigations, the indictments. I think that's the tip of the iceberg. I think more's going to come out. I think there's going to be a much wider scandal than it currently is, and I think heads will roll in the administration side of things. So when it comes to Adam Silver in the NBA, Rob Manfred we know is moving on in a couple of years, but whoever his successor is going to have to be fronting this up, public face. they're going to have to look seriously at some of their commercial arrangements they put in place with sponsors and their commercial partners. And it's the same with the NBA. They really, I think there's always been that suspicion since I think it was Tim Donaghy was the name of the referee. And he's given plenty of interviews lately in regards to this current scandal because obviously now he does give these seminars and he's had his book released, which I want to buy. But that's one of my bucket list books. But there's been a lot said about sports team owners as well and how they bought shares in companies or these gambling firms have become the business partners or the leagues have bought a stake in. It's the I think the North American leagues, I think they were underprepared. I think they were naive. I think is a better way to look at it. I think that the checks and balances for the legal betting are in place. But I think they were underprepared in a sense of what could potentially happen in regards to match fixing, spot fixing, gambling allegations, rule breaches. Than they should have gone overseas and spoken to the other leagues, the other sports, and spoken about the rules and regs they have in place, the checks and balances that they have in place, the industry regulations that are in place. And I don't think they really did their enough due diligence. I think they were very, very naive to think that all the players would behave themselves and all the club officials and coaches would behave themselves and that there wouldn't be this kind of scandal. And I'm waiting, I'm waiting for like a proper match fixing scandal to come out where we know or there's allegations of and it's proven or maybe even disproven, but where individual matches come out as being manipulated rather than a spot fix on an individual player or a couple of players within a team going, I'm not going to play well tonight, or this player's not playing tonight on this date for whatever reason. And there's going to be more to. I'm surprised it's taken this long for the NHL with Pinto a couple of years ago. Yeah, okay, that's one individual player breaching the betting rules by allowing someone else to use his online legal account. So this wasn't him breaking the rules in that sense, but letting a friend of his gamble using his account. That was okay, but I'm surprised it's taken this long to have these two major scandals involving Major League Baseball and the NBA. Yeah, then you've got the New Zealand League, you've got the Australian League, you've got Icelandic Ice Hockey League is going to be really small because the population is like the population of Iceland is less than the population of Wellington in New Zealand. Let that sink in. Wellington in New Zealand is not a big city. Well, it is a big city by Australia and New Zealand standards for the population, but Wellington in New Zealand is about 500,000 people in the metro area, 600,000. Iceland, the population of Iceland could fit into Wellington, New Zealand, or Christchurch, New Zealand, and change. So Iceland's population is less than 400,000. I think it's 300 odd, and about I think it's 285,000 are in the Reykjavik metro. So, like 85% of the population of Iceland lives in Reykjavik. I'm not surprised these more niche leagues or these lesser national leagues of sports are using YouTube as a vehicle to increase the exposure of the league, the players, and reach a wider audience, because some of these players are probably pretty skillful or pretty physical, depending on the role they play in the team. And a North American or another European scout could go, actually, we could sign this guy, pay him a little bit extra. We could sign this guy, give him a full-time contract, and he could play a couple of seasons with our team, help us out. We could use a very big, burly defenseman, or we could use a skilled player. And until YouTube comes along, the tapes of these guys playing the internet, the evolution of the internet over the last 10, 15, 20 years, 30 years. Think about it. Pre-2010, none of these guys. There's no footage on YouTube with these guys, and suddenly there's that one video that goes viral of a big hit or a big play, and then suddenly people start talking. And the fact that they're now starting to drip feed a little bit and trying to get that more exposure, there's going to be a bigger European league come along. Going, we could sign that player. One of the, not the NHL, but potentially the ECHL, the SPHL. Go, that's a big burly defenseman. He's knocking people off. It's a big guy. We could sign that player. And then the rest is history. When you get these players from lesser known leagues, playing at a slightly higher level, it increases the exposure of the sport in that particular country. It becomes newsworthy. It starts trending on social media. There's more interest, and suddenly people want to figure out, okay, this guy's played in this league. What's this league all about? What's the style of play like? How competitive is the league? Or is the league balanced? What's their scheduling like? The rivalries between the teams. All sorts. And it's the same with it's why I think the Bundesliga is trying to crack the US market and trying to grow the fan base in the US. And I think it's in part because Bayern over the last 15 or so years has won the league too much. And there's that perception that the league is uncompetitive and that a lot of people don't realize actually how competitive historically the Bundesliga has been, and that's one of the reasons why I restarted the Football Club History series in a couple of years ago. Was I did a couple of videos in 2018, and then I sort of forgot about it, and then I thought, no, I'm going to start with the Football League, and I nearly done a lot of the professional semi-pro clubs that have played in the Football League. And then I thought, let's have a look at some of these German clubs. And the Swiss league as well is surprisingly, historically, very competitive, and the Italian league is as well. And so I looked at the European clubs in the last couple of years. Obviously, the rest is history, and I've got to go back to the Northern Ireland League when I can, because I've got to really kick on with that, because there's some very historical clubs in Northern Ireland historically, and then look at a lot of other clubs around Europe, because there's a lot of leagues I haven't even touched the surface on yet. And it's at some point, obviously, we'll reach a point and go, right, okay, I've covered most of the major leagues in Europe, and at some point, okay, that's that done. But it's always fun every so often looking at a German. I mean, there's a couple of German clubs I want to do videos on. I haven't done yet. There's a couple more Italian clubs I want to have a little look at. I want to look at some of the lesser known leagues like Luxembourg and Belgium, and I want to do some more Dutch football clubs and look at the league in Slovakia and the Czech Republic and a few more Slovenian clubs, the Croatian league, leagues across Central and Eastern Europe and Turkey and North Africa, because there's some real interesting clubs in Morocco and Algeria and Egypt and things like that. And then go from there. I mean, the South American leagues are always going to be fun to look at, because they have some real interesting club histories in Uruguay and Brazil and some of these leagues. I mean, what interests me is a lot of North American fans. Their knowledge of European football is the Champions League. Their knowledge of football as a sport is, what I would say would be the David Beckham era, so the mid-90s onwards, so post introduction of the Premier League. And so they haven't seen the footage of some of the players that played before 1992. That era of the game is exceptionally. I'm getting very warm here. It's exceptionally alien to a lot of Americans. The Champions League era is what a lot of Americans know about, and that's their viewership. That's what they know. That's what they've been accustomed to. Of course, they know what the Premier League is, and they know about obviously Barcelona and Real Madrid. But there's a lot of leagues that I think get overlooked, and they're still there. A lot of them are still getting used to the promotion relegation aspect, which you know we can debate the pros and cons of promotion and relegation structures and how playoffs should be and how relegations and promotions should be structured. And you look at the Football League, and there's a big debate about should three teams from the National League get promoted to League Two, and should three teams from League Two be relegated to the National League? Should the National League be part of a Football League expansion? Should the Premier League rejoin like the Football League structure fully, even though it is actually the top of the pyramid with that promotion relegation? Salary caps, bloody the current workings of, I don't know what they call it now, but what was financial fair play, which has been evolved into the current spending rules, which clubs have to abide by. TV, the whole range of things, the way that the sport over in Europe, and in a slightly different way, but still very similar in South America and Australia and New Zealand, is more community based. And then you go to North America, and it's league franchised based, where the league will go, right, that's a suitable owner. He wants to buy in. He pays us a fee. That gets distributed to the other owners, and we can plonk a team in Omaha, Nebraska. We'll have a team there. And then flip it over to this side of the Atlantic or the other side of the equator, and a community club starts up. They might play in a non-structured competition, like a cup, exhibition games, and then they go, actually, we've got enough players, we've got people coming to games, let's apply to join the local league system. And there is a promotion relegation structure to said league system. It's more convenient. It's either a neighborhood in a city or it's a small town in a district, and the locals buy in. Local wealthy businessmen, maybe the chairman or the owner of the club might be fan owned, and it's a more community based sporting structure. Where in North America, it's the league decides, oh, that owner's got that potential owner's got a lot of money. They want to have a sports team. We'll try and get them to buy in, and we'll place a team in. Throw a dart map. There's the city. We're going to place a team there to grow our sport in that area of the US. It's a different ownership structure. Now, Australia and New Zealand is slightly different, but again, you've still got that community-based game, which produces the players. If you look at Sydney or Melbourne, for example, as the two major cities in Australia, Rugby League in Sydney, Aussie Rules in Melbourne, they'll have that district where that major club will have its nursery, as they call it, of youth development, and then you've got the community game and the related clubs that play in that district league. Then you have the state league, and then you obviously have the top, as they call first grade. There isn't a promotion relegation structure, so in that sense, very similar to North America. However, it is a community-based kind of sporting culture. That's a good way to look at it. It's a community-based sporting culture. It's sort of like a hybrid, but in reality, it's a very European sporting culture with some Americanisms, just for how the leagues are organised, because they've worked out promotion relegation may not work financially, because it probably would work now, but when back in the day, local economics suggested it wouldn't. But it is always interesting, looking at things from that perspective, and looking at how different countries or regions, should I say, structure their sports leagues and how their sports evolve. But yeah, European sport, South American sport, Australia, New Zealand, for the most part, very community based. And then you look at North America, and it's the league dominates the narrative, and they dictate where expansion teams are placed. You don't just form a team and play games and then get it. The way sports and okay, you could argue it's the size of the country, and you could argue it's the distances involved, and that does have a part to play. But it's very, very interesting how the sports culture has developed, and I think there is that lack of community kind of basis a little bit. I just find it mad that, looking at professional teams. I mean, New York has less major league professional teams than London has professional football clubs. Just two cities, two metros, two cities, and then the wider metro area. London and New York are very similar sized cities, and then you look at the wider area with suburbs and the metro, where you've got smaller towns and cities that make up the wider population. Very similar in regards to the demographics and population, yet you use London and the surrounding metro, you've got more professional sports teams in a multitude of sports than in New York. And again, in regards to the population size, and that just blows. I don't quite think Americans fully get that. I mean, yes, the profits for a lot of these teams is a lot less. They operate on fine margins. Ticket prices are different. TV rights are different. But when it comes to the North American major leagues, and what they decide is a big market and small market, and how many teams can be supported in said market, it makes me scratch my head. Like a city the size of Omaha, Nebraska, for example. I use that because that's been in discussions potentially as being a future NHL location. And we're talking, I think, just shy of 1 million people in the wider metro, but the city itself is around 500,000, something like that. And then the wider metro is about 1 million. And okay, I mean it's a Midwestern city, so it's not massive, but it's not tiny. It's smaller than the metro of the city itself is smaller than Birmingham in the West Midlands. Yeah, Birmingham in the West Midlands. Just looking at the football clubs alone before you go into the other sports that have a professional, semi-professional kind of imprint. There's your answer. It seemed what amazes me is the just how in North America. Oh yeah, small market. We won't go into that metro area. We won't place a team, and that's classed as small market. And then you look at the LA Metro, and of course, the LA Metro, again, very similar in population size to Paris or London. Although Paris is not the best example, because for some reason in France, it's weird how French sports work. But I compare London to the North American metros. I could even compare Melbourne and Sydney. And I find it stunning that the LA metro area, and we could include Southern California to include San Diego as well, because there's a fair few professional teams that have called San Diego home or do call San Diego home. That you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 8, 9, 10. If you combine those two major metros in Southern California together, for population size and professional teams, just you look at London and the southeast, and you could argue the M4 corridor to Bristol, which is, I would say, a very similar population size. Yeah, it just. Now, yes, those sports teams do make a lot of money. Look at some of the contracts the players are on, like Shohei Ohtani, for example. Okay, that's LeBron James. Okay, fine. You can have that debate about things, but it's really amazing when you look at it, and it's just one of them. And I find that amazing that San Diego is a massive metro, yet that's classed as a medium-sized location because LA is just there. And then San Francisco and the Bay Area. I know Oakland's lost a lot of its teams. I think Oakland's lost all its pro teams actually. But you've got a city like Sacramento is a good one. About 500,000 people, about the same size as Bristol here in the UK. Very, very, very similar actually in population. And Bristol has got more fully professional sports teams in Bristol than in Sacramento. It's mad. And they're completely different. Of course, the demographics are different, and the population distribution is different, and economy and everything. But I do find it interesting that Bristol is seen as a major city in the UK that I think is underperformed at the professional sporting level, and that you've got the Sacramento, and that's classed as a small market in the US. Bristol was seen as a sports market in this country where underfulfilled potential, and it always amazes me. I think in that regard, how our sporting culture is different that way. Fans are the same, fans are going to be the same, whatever country you're in. Sports fans, that you're going to get. Sports fans talking about the same issues, refereeing, that one bad contract on each team, injuries, performance. When the team's struggling, there's a lot of frustrated fans. When the team's doing well, things are positive. Who your team should sign, who they should let go. Up and coming player prospects, opposition players, that guy's pretty good, those games where you're watching as a neutral. I do find it interesting though that when it comes to international sport, so the global international games like a Rugby World Cup or a Football World Cup, America likes to think, and I say this with respect because obviously I've got a fair few American viewers and subscribers, but Americans like to think they're the best in the world at everything. And then you show them sports where they're not even close to making knockout stages or even qualifying for finals, and you go, this is what other international sports look like, where, and they're stunned that, well, a fun fact is obviously ice hockey. I think one of the few major leagues, the NHL, where there's actually some pretty strong leagues in Europe, and some of the best players, not all the best players, but some of the best players, obviously European born and raised. And US and Canada don't always win the world championships. That's one of the few international sports where the US has a very good chance year on year of being, playing well in the world championships and doing well and making finals and winning games. But then you give them like the World Cup next year. They will be hosting a Rugby World Cup, men's and women's, a couple of years apart at the end of the decade, beginning of the 2030s. They will obviously, I think it is the beginning, 2031 and 2033. You give them Rugby League World Cup, and they were meant to host, and then there was concerns about how much it was going to cost. Was it going to make any money? Would fans turn up? Would the broadcasters be anyway? And internationally, their teams are nowhere. And apart from women's football, where their team was very dominant for a very, very long time, in more recent years, that's not the case. And they've been very much second best in a lot of areas, and they're not even close to winning titles again. So whilst they had that period of dominance, it's gone now. But Americans like to think they are the best in the world at everything, and they're not. And I would say a lot of American sports fans, especially those that I've come across, seem to be willing to learn about other countries' sports and international sport and the history, and I think this is where the European Super League, for example, fell flat. Was actually a lot of the American fans who were bought into European football, Premier League, Bundesliga, Serie A, La Liga. A lot of them went, "This is actually kind of bad because it goes against 150 years of sporting culture and you know it doesn't. If you can't get the locals to buy in, you'll never get the overseas fans to buy in. And the more you explain it to, especially those from the US, the reason why they continue to have an interest in our sports is the history aspect. There are some of the clubs that are playing are older than the towns and cities that they live in, which I always find interesting. Where you'll be discussing a sports team or something. You look at the year of foundation, the year that the club was established. So we could use, any number of the founders of the Football League or those clubs that played in the Football Alliance. You look at their foundation dates of the 1860s, 1870s, 1880s, and you'll have Americans living out in Idaho or Washington or Oregon or California or Arizona or New Mexico, Nevada, who are sports fans. And they're like, the club that you're talking about, the team you're talking about is older than the city that I live in by 100 years. And, even in Florida, there are, incorporated cities that were built in like the 60s, and 70s and 80s. And they're like, where I live is the main street was only laid out in 19 whatever, and the football club you're talking about was set, established in the 1880s, 1870s, and is like nearly 100 years older than the cities. That, I think, stuns Americans, but they also realize that Europe is the old world, America is the new world in regards to their grandparents or their parents emigrate or great grandparents come over from Europe before World War One or after World War One, before World War Two, or come over, settle. They then have kids, but they are absolutely blown away sometimes by the fact that Wrexham was set up in the 1860s. Oh, I think it's 1868 or something. I'll have to go back to the video I did on the history of Wrexham. Now, obviously, Wrexham's become very big in the US with the Rob McElhenney and Ryan Reynolds buying the club a few years back, building the club up to what it is now. The documentary series, the Fly on the Wall documentary series that they've done, the promotion they've done, the interest that's created, because obviously they're both really famous actors for differing roles in the US, but obviously Deadpool owns a football club. I forget, Rob McElhenney's been in a lot of stuff as well. And that's then obviously driven the interest in the US on the next level, because obviously we've had David Beckham leaving Man United, going to the MLS. We've had that. We've had some other players since. But of course, you've got those American owners like Todd Boehly with Chelsea now. You've got Stan Kroenke with Arsenal. The Glazers, who are still actively involved with Man United. I think Swansea have got American owners. One of the Dundee clubs got an American owner. Burnley have got American ownership. There's a whole host of football clubs in England and Scotland with American investment. And the Wrexham thing has given that new surge. And the club's founded in the 1860s. And a lot of Americans are stunned that a football club like that is older than the town or city or neighborhood that they live in. It completely blows their mind that, this football club, which is on this fantastic journey, we can, debate the pros and cons of Wrexham's ownership and how, their rise up from the non-league to the Football League, and now they're in the Championship over the last 5-6 years. The resurgence of Wrexham, but the fact that they, as a team, the club, is older than I was going to say a good half of the cities in the US, especially the further west you go, is stunning to a lot of people. I mean, the state of Nevada was only admitted to the Union in 1863. So Wrexham is nearly as old as the state of Nevada, and the majority of places in Nevada have only been incorporated since 1950 onwards. So the fact that Wrexham is like nearly 100 years older, Wrexham Football Club, AFC Wrexham, is nearly as old as 100 years older than about a third of US cities, tells you all you need to know. But there's loads of football clubs. And the American audience buys into that because they, a lot of Americans are obsessed with their European ancestry, but they buy into our sports teams because they're so old, because they've got that history. A community aspect, the traditional aspect as well. And I think we are losing that. And when it comes to professional sports, a little bit, we are losing a little bit of the traditions of like the FA Cup, for example, being normally the last game of the season at Wembley, etc., etc., etc. Although pre-1923 it wasn't played at Wembley because that's the White Horse final, but that's a separate debate. That was the brand new stadium that was built, and that was the first major game played there. I think Bolton. Who were Bolton playing in that? I'll have to look at the White Horse final and iconic moments, but obviously it's famous for the pitch invasion and the White Horse, the police horse. I forget the name of the police horse, but that's the famous photo of the 1923 final. Challenge Cup final rugby league obviously used to be the last game of the rugby league season until they switched to a summer sport, and Challenge Cup remained a winter competition. So we are losing that traditional aspect of things a little bit, and European fans don't like that. And there is that debate around the future of the Challenge Cup at Wembley, the final. I know the FA and the RF have an agreement until 2027, so we've got at least 2 more years with the Challenge Cup final being played at Wembley. Whether post 2027 they move it to another location in London, a slightly smaller stadium, I think would be better, or they take it on a tour around the country or wherever it ends up. I can't see Wembley being the long-time home of the Challenge Cup final, even with the traditional aspect again. Going back, I think, to the 50s, I think they decided to move Challenge Cup final to Wembley. I seem to think. I'll have to look at the Challenge Cup final and its history at Wembley and where that, aspect of that's where the final's being played, comes from. But I have noticed as time has gone on, Wembley's become a little bit of a hot topic in regards to fan experience and ticket prices and accessibility, and has it lost a lot of its appeal? Of course, it's one of the biggest stadiums in the world, but there is definitely a debate around whether the FA Cup semi-finals should remain there. And I understand why they were put there originally, back in 2007 when the stadium reopened, and we can debate, the cost of the stadium and how long it took to build and the minutiae around the rebuild of Wembley and the opening and why the FA tried to sell it at pretty much a real terms loss in 2018. I've covered that, and the reaction to that was very, very negative and looked very bad and made the FA look bad. And the Mayor's office, London Mayor's office, didn't come out well back then either, which had definitely had an impact on the collapse of the sale, and the fact that obviously a team owner tried to. Oh God, what's going on with my bloody? What the fuck have I done to my laptop stand? I've broken my laptop stand. Oh God, my back. So that was kind of interesting. I remember back in 2018 when the FA obviously were in negotiations with Saheed Khan, the owner of the Jacksonville Jaguars and Fulham Football Club, and his son Tony, who owns AEW Wrestling. I remember when those negotiations were taking place towards the end of the 2017-2018 season, and they were obviously very public negotiations around the time of the Challenge Cup final. And very, very quickly, the reaction from sports fans was not just in this country, but um, across the Atlantic. It didn't go down well, and a big part of the criticism was that property prices in London since the stadium opened in 2007, the amount of money in real terms, not actual but real terms, but that was actually spent on the demolition and rebuild, and reopening, and then there was the tweaks they made after 2007 and 2008 when it came to some of the seating. They had to redesign some of the seating internally. The fact that taxpayer money, as well as private sector money, but taxpayer money was pumped into the rebuild, be it local taxes and national taxpayers. And then when they valued the stadium so cheaply, considering that the stadium had been paid off and it was fully now in the hands of the FA, so there was no loans left on it, there was no outstanding debt to creditors, fully paid off, money paid back to the government. That went down badly, really badly, that the FA tried to sell the National Stadium to not only a football club owner, which would have been a conflict of interest, not only a football club owner, but also a foreign football club owner, who there definitely would have been a conflict of interest. And yes, at the time, there was a big debate about whether the NFL would have a team in London. And of course, the Jacksonville Jaguars and the Khan family obviously owning that. Big debate. And it didn't go down well. And very, very quickly, there was a lot of anger. And it's when the FA valued the stadium at like 660 million. And you just look at the development around that area of northwest London, the borough of Brent, I believe it's in, and how it's changed from when the old stadium was there, when it was literally a field, and how over the years that part of London has grown up from being rural countryside on the fringe of the city to quite far from the borders of Greater London where it goes. There's not, I wouldn't say quite skyscrapers, but there's some tower blocks and high rises, sort of mini skyscrapers on Wembley Way. Huge development, property prices through the roof, and they massively, even at 2018 prices, undervalued the value of the stadium massively. And the reaction was so. I remember doing videos on it, and the negotiations. I think a lot was leaked internally to the press. I think there were those within the FA who were against any potential sale, because they could potentially, those who work at Wembley, where there's offices and there's all sorts at Wembley. It's not just a football stadium. There was those at Wembley and those who work for the FA who could potentially lose their jobs in any kind of restructuring. There was a lot of negativity around it, and I mean, look, the FA chairman at the time, I forget his name, but he went a couple of years later. He had to resign in regards to something else. But the negativity was there. Around 95% of people were against the sale. There were those who were like in favour just because they don't like the stadium, they don't like the redesign, they don't like the seating arrangements, they don't like the accessibility. There's various people who were in favour just don't like them. They think the stadium is ugly, soulless. They're not a fan of how the seating is structured and all sorts. And so basically everyone was against the sale. And the FA very, very quickly realised that they had made a mistake, but they were still pushing it. And then the Khan family were like, oh, this is not a good idea. And this is at a time when Spurs, Tottenham Hotspur, decided, oh, we're going to rebuild White Hart Lane. And Spurs were playing at Wembley at the time, whilst the new White Hart Lane was being built, the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, which I would always call White Hart Lane because it's on White Hart Lane. And they were tenants. They were tenants at the stadium. They were renting, and which again made the FA a lot of money. And So there would have been that conflict of interest where Fulham Football Club, in theory, could have owned the stadium that Tottenham Football Club were playing at. And of course there was a rental agreement. It was just, and then with that null and void, the agreements that the RFL had signed, the NFL had signed, all these other, sports had agreed with the FA for their sports to play there as well. It didn't go well. Eventually, the public reaction was so negative that the Khan family realised they were on a losing one here. They withdrew the offer very, very quickly, and since then the FA has not tried to sell Wembley. But that would have been interesting if that sale had gone through, and what would have happened, and whether the NFL would have gone, right, okay, we are now going to have a team in London because we've got an NFL owner who owns a stadium, with the Jacksonville Jaguars have been relocated. And that debate's out there. And the discussion around an overseas Super Bowl and an overseas-based team is there with the NFL. Same with the NBA, same with the NHL, same with Major League Baseball having a team based over in Europe, be it London or depending on the league and the sport, somewhere in Europe. That debate's still there, and the potential of a Super Bowl being played in London. Again, there is that thought process there. I think it will happen in my lifetime. Whether it happens in the next 5 to 10 years, I don't know. But the debate is there, and as I say, whether the NFL does decide to host a Super Bowl outside of the US, it's very, very interesting. I mean, there has been a lot of discussion about that. And whether they do place a team permanently outside the US, or teams, because that's also been on the discussion point as well in more recent times. That's very interesting, and it's getting mixed views from American fans, and then the debate is about when they take games overseas, and then how trying to grow their brand, but then European leagues trying to take games over to the US. I mean, obviously we saw the plans to have the Villarreal Barcelona game played in Miami have suddenly been very, very quickly dropped because the players went on basically threatened to go on strike again. And I think La Liga, as the league in question, have obviously faced a lot of backlash because they tried to take a regular season game outside of Spain, and this is the second time Barcelona have been involved with an attempt to take a regular season game to North America. And obviously we've got to see what happens with the Como AC Milan game that's potentially going to be played in February in Western Australia. But there is this thought process that I don't know. I think, especially when it comes to football, I think a lot of sports are at a crossroads at this time. I think the direction a lot of sports is heading in is quite concerning. I think fans as stakeholders feel like they're not listened to, and they feel the fans feel kind of exploited. And then going back to I've got to change where I sit. Going back to the FIFA World Cup ticket prices. Oh God, what's going on with my laptops now? But yeah, going back to the World Cup ticket prices that we've seen released this week. There is that kind of debate around how fans. I'm gonna have to. Right, that's better. Let's swap jumpers. Oh god. Oh, my skinny, skinny body. That feels nice. Having a cold jumper. Come on. Oh, that's better. That's better. That's better. Oh. But no, there is the talking. Fans feel like they're being exploited and they're not being listened to, and they feel like they're part of the process, and they don't feel like they're being listened to and part of the process. They are key factors when it comes to professional sport. They're not gatekeepers, but they're key stakeholders in sport, and a lot of fans for a lot of sports feel like their concerns aren't being listened to, and the governing bodies, and especially in certain sports, they've been taken advantage of, and fans, as soon as La Liga announced that this game is going to be played in Miami, fans were like, did you not pay attention to the European Super League debacle? Did you not pay attention the last time you tried to take a game to the US? You said no then. We're going to say no now. And, the contempt, that's a good word. I think the contempt that certain leagues have for their fan base. But I do think like this World Cup this summer, I think it's going to be an interesting one. We've seen the World Cup ticket prices, as you mentioned earlier, and let's have a quick look at the prices, because there's been a lot of reaction, and I think rightly so. I think these prices are obscene. That I can't see. I can't see how. I can't see how they're going to get any fans in attendance, really. So let's have a look. Fans criticise the ticket prices. Yeah, it. Oh wow! So there's one article here that says I think. Wow, that's 2 months' wages, month and a half, 2 months' wages. That's 3 months' rent for me for a ticket. So I'm not going. I don't even have a passport anyway, so it wouldn't bother me. But anger and disappointment as fans priced out the World Cup. The price of following a team all the way through the tournament has increased significantly. FIFA's ticket price policy was revealed Thursday just gone, with group stage tickets up to 3 times up to 3 times the prices of those for the last World Cup, with the cheapest ticket for the final costing £3,119. That's UK prices. I think that's over $4,000. That's 2 months' wages. That's 2 months' wages for me, average, and that's 3 months' rent. So I'm not going. It said it's received 5 million ticket requests. Ticket prices outstrip wages. Many Ghana fans are rethinking their plans to support the team at the World Cup. So unless they've got a big expat community over in the US, they're not going to go. It's a chance to qualify. It's a chance to participate in a big event. Obviously, that's when it was awarded to the US, Canada, and Mexico in 2017. That's Gianni Infantino, who I think is worse as FIFA president than Sepp Blatter. But that's, again, personal view. The FIFA Council just unanimously voted to expand the World Cup. That was back in 2017 when they decided to expand things. I think the US, Canada, and Mexico got announced a few years later. But anyway, football is more than Europe and South America. Football is global. Well, yeah, it's a global sport. Everton said the football fever you have in a country. Take Haiti, one of the poorest countries in the world. Well, Haiti doesn't even have a functioning government. Let that sink in. Haiti's technically at war with itself with all the political stuff. The average wage is £110 a month or $147. This is on exchange rates as of Thursday when this article was written. The cheapest tickets for Haiti's first game at a World Cup in 52 years against Scotland will cost. So they're on 100. So the average person's on £110 a month, apparently, in Haiti. £135. That's more than a month's wages for a ticket. And because they're seen as a low value nation in regards to the draw, and Scotland haven't qualified for a long time. To attend all three matches as a Haiti fan, should they win all three, well, that at the groups that is interesting. But in theory, to because they obviously play Brazil and Morocco, £467. That's a lot of money for a country where your average wage a month is a third. Ghana, 190 quid a year average for Ghanaians, although that's monthly. Although a lot of Ghanaians, their salaries are going up. That's, FIFA themselves have gone ahead to increase the number of teams, so a lot more smaller nations will get a chance. It's been overshadowed by pricing. Okay, so any fan wanting to follow their team from the first game to the final will have to spend a minimum, this is what's been calculated, a minimum of £5,200. Then there's the travel. Flights from London, Dallas to Boston to New York. So all the flights, if you're flying from London and then you go around all the other locations, £1,300 just for flights, and that's not including the cheapest ticket you can get for an England game, which is 526 quid. So that's nearly £2,000 just for one match and one ticket. So one match, one ticket, and flights. That's not including hotels and food and drink. Just to fly, to view all the games, and with the cheapest match tickets, you can get your hands on £7,800. Flights from Glasgow to the US. If Scottish fans want to watch the entire group stage, looking at where they're playing, flights are £1,675 per flight, and then you whack on the lowest ticket price you can get, which is £500. If Scotland were to win Group C through to the final, with flights and just tickets, not including hotels, that's £7,567. That's today's prices, not including in 6 months' time. So, a Blackburn fan. This will be my fifth World Cup. I haven't missed a game since 2014. I'm in contact with England fans all over the country. I'm a top capper. We all plan to boycott games after the group stage. Football is dead. I wouldn't go at all. A fan from York says, these are older fans as well. So people in their 50s and 60s who've got a bit of moolah. 54-year-old fan from York says, I've diligently attended England matches so that I can earn the caps to get tickets for major tournaments. I just find that I, as so many others, been priced out because obviously you earn rewards for going to games. The 2026 World Cup will be for the few sponsors and the glory hunters who've got the money to attend big matches when they come along. As a Glaswegian, buy a ticket. You must be joking. These prices are not for real fans. These are for corporates, bigwigs, and sponsors. The real fans cannot afford these glorified prices. Not sure why anyone is surprised. There's another fan from Scotland. One of the reasons I'm not going as much as I want to see Scotland at the World Cup is that there are too many practical things negating it. Airline, hotel greed, and now ticket prices, not for me. Every nation who wants to host the World Cup has to present, the case for stadiums, sustainability, ticket prices, the world has changed a lot since the US, Mexico, and Canada set out its plans in 2017. COVID. Okay, so there's inflation, cost of living crisis. Okay. In fairness, ticket prices for the group stage are not vastly higher. For games such as Scotland, Haiti, $180. Only $6 more than when they put the bid in, which was $174 for a cheap group stage ticket. For the quarterfinal, semi-finals, and final, the prices have skyrocketed. So category 3 for the final was proposed. So category 3, they've got categories. So I don't know how each cat works out, but category 3 for the final was proposed to be $695 back in 2017, so £520. Adjusted for inflation, that would cost $890 or £666. Number of the beast. That's on today's prices as of Thursday. Yet FIFA is now charging £4,185, £3,100 £119. I think that's the cheapest ticket you can get. So in the space of 2017 till now, so in the space of basically 8 years, 7.5 years, that's ballooned to just ballooned. So group stage minimum $174, actual price 140, group stage max 174, now gone to 265. So the minimum price is actually lower than what they put in as the bid. The actual price so the minimum price is lower than the original bid. Group stage max price is higher than the original bid. Apparently, it's going to be a flat cap for all group stages at 174. Last 32, again, meant to be capped at 174 in the bid document, is now $235. So actually, ironically, a last 32 clash is cheaper than a group stage clash to go to on pricing. Last 16, 174 again, they kept that capped. It's gone up to 295, so only slightly more expensive than a group stage. Quarterfinals, $266 was the bid document, 680, so that's tripled. Semi-finals was meant to be $411. It's now $920. So again, that's doubled. And then the final was meant to be $695. That's now $4,185. That's just ballooned. So, oh god, the comment section there is massive. So yeah, just the ticket prices. They put in a bid document 175 all the way up to the last 16. Yeah, $175. That's reasonable for a major international sporting event. They've ballooned. What are they getting for the TV rights? Look, it's the World Cup. Host broadcasters in each nation. A lot of countries, like here in the UK, for example, the BBC and the ITV, they've secured broadcast rights for X amount of tournaments in the future. In regards to UEFA and FIFA, they negotiated those, I think, 3 or 4 tournaments in advance. So we know that the BBC and ITV, as the broadcasters here, will have the broadcast rights going forward until the 2030s at the earliest. I can't remember when. I think they do it like 4 to 6 tournament increments. And they basically just extend because they're classed as Category A sporting events, have to be on free-to-air TV. They cannot be behind a paywall of any kind. So every game has to be live and free. So if they were to say, right, we're going to put them on YouTube now, technically YouTube's free at point of source, unless you go to YouTube Premium. Even then, it's still accessible. You choose to put a paywall in the way with being on a YouTube Premium member. So I'm a YouTube Premium member because I just can't be asked with badly placed ad breaks. But again, it's still accessible, still free. But it has to be on free-to-air TV, so that's the interesting thing. I don't know what the rest of Europe individually. I think RTE in Ireland has the World Cup rights, FIFA World Cup rights in Ireland. RTE is basically, I would say, similar to Channel 4. So it's the state broadcaster, but has ads. That's how I would see RTE in Ireland. I would have to put that out as a question to Irish viewers, what it's like with RTE, but I know there's ads on RTE. So I would class that sort of like Channel 4, which is partly publicly funded through the TV license, partly privately funded through subscription services and ad revenue. Sort of a hybrid, sort of like Rai in Italy, so Rai Uno, Rai Due, which is the state broadcaster. Mediaset is the Berlusconi family broadcaster, which is the other major broadcast group in Italy apart from Sky. Canal Plus, I think, or is it FRTV, which is French TV. Germany, I can't remember what the German state broadcaster is. But every country has their state broadcaster, what is seen as the public broadcaster or the state broadcaster, or a free-to-air major network, which is seen as the state broadcaster. Some of them have just free-to-air networks and subscription, but the free-to-air ones, there's a lot of ad revenue in there. The state tries to avoid having too much involvement. So PBS, Public Broadcast Service, would be classed as the state broadcaster in the US, but the networks are the ones who, like NBC and CBC and CBS, and I think CBC's Canada, but the big corporate networks in the US have the free-to-air and cable and all that. But even PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service, has ads. PBS, which has got state funding, federal funding, also has adverts. So I don't know what the value of the TV rights is for the tournament. But as an expanded tournament, I would have thought other nations have put some money in. And other broadcasters, be it transnational, like Satanta, for example, has a big broadcasting reach across the world. Um, the Fox Group, which is or the Fox brand again. It's going to be interesting. I don't know how much what the TV rights with the entire tournament are valued at, and what each individual nation and their broadcasters or broadcast groups from nations or broadcasters have paid as a collective. But it's going to be a lot, similar to I always thought the Olympics, and I haven't even got to the Olympics where the not all the venues are ready, and the ice rink for the ice hockey is not ready, and not even to the right size and dimensions, and there's concerns that it's not going to be ready. Haiti does have a big expat community, a lot in Florida, and that part of the southeast, but mostly in the Miami, Fort Lauderdale metro. Is a big Haitian community there, and there are games being played in Miami. I think there's a big Haitian community in Chicago and the New York metros as well. Yes, there is a big expat community, which has been there over generations. This is not just since the recent unrest, since the earthquake about a decade or so ago, 10, 15 years ago, and the recent political unrest. This is going back generations. Same with the big Dominican community as well. From the island of Hispaniola, so I know my geography. But there's a big Haitian expat community in the US, mostly on the eastern side of the US, Florida, New York, Chicago, Midwest. So yeah, but there's not a lot of people going to be coming from Haiti for the World Cup unless they're there to illegally settle, but coming over on the boats. It is insane, the ticket prices. Yes, I think, look, they've got a bid document. This is what they state the price is going to be. And this is what the actual prices end up being on the cheaper end, if you can get tickets. And then you compare that, let's say, with the Euros that we had last year, and you look at the prices that the organisers in Germany were putting aside for the group stages and early knockout rounds. And you look at the prices for the delayed Euros we had a few years prior, about 4 years ago, and you compare them to even the Qatar World Cup. People complain about the Qatar World Cup being awarded there and the cost of building the stadiums and running costs. Still cheaper. So I think FIFA have definitely gone for greed here. Yes, you could argue inflation. Okay, you might tack on a few extra dollars here or there, but a lot of the stadiums they're using pre-existed. They're not being built for this tournament. Some have had upgrades, yes. A lot of them are more American football stadiums. Some are multi-purpose. There's not enough football or soccer specific stadiums in the US that actually meet FIFA World Cup standard for minimum capacity. That's the problem. A lot of the MLS stadiums, ironically, don't meet FIFA capacity standards for World Cup. They meet international, standards for qualifiers and international games, don't meet FIFA. And I think that's something that's going to be a big blunder. Big blunder is the use of the non-MLS stadiums, where there is a local fan base that will turn out and watch the games, engage. They know the pros and cons of where their team plays in the MLS. That's where the tournament organisers and FIFA have shot themselves massively in the foot. Massively. I do think even in the latter stages, even in the group stages, there's going to be a lot of games where fans are just not there. And there's already been a lot of complaints aimed at the hotels and the airlines. Price gouging. And when they're not going to get the bookings and they're not getting the flights getting booked, they're going to drop their prices. They did it at the FIFA Club World Cup early this summer. They did realise this is not working. We're not selling tickets. We're going to slash the prices. There's nothing wrong with a 35, 40,000 seat stadium being used. Nothing wrong with that. As long as the stadium is full, the atmosphere is good, the accessibility is there, fans have a good, if they can't get tickets for the stadium, get some good fan zones, and the locals are happy with that, with the engagement with overseas fans. You can have a great experience. But they're trying to maximise. They're just putting profits before people, and I think the experience is going to be poor. We had a lot of complaints over the last 2 years with the Copa America and then the FIFA Club World Cup with a poor fan experience, poor accessibility. These were the two dry runs. These were the practice runs. And what was stupid about both those tournaments is they didn't include stadiums from Mexico and Canada as part of these, tournaments, so just to see how it's all going to work. I have no doubt that I think the Canadians and the Mexicans probably are going to do the fan experience a lot better. I have no issue with that. BC Place in Vancouver is well connected with the public transit system. It is a multi-purpose venue. They play international rugby there, for Christ's sake. So I think that's going to be okay. I think that the stadiums in Mexico, they're iconic, from the 1970 and 1986 World Cups. There's those iconic venues that and the Liga Mex. I mean, okay, on the side of the public transit and the fan experience, obviously Mexico's got its security concerns with crime and various things that happen in Mexico. So there's going to be definitely a big security presence from the federal Mexican government with military and the federales and the state police forces, like literally having very public SWAT teams and combat units on the streets. And that's going to be a very visible security presence. But I don't think the cartels are going to do anything stupid while the World Cup's on, because that's bad for business. That really would be just bad for business. But there are going to be petty criminals who are going to take advantage of a large number of overseas fans, mostly from Europe, who they're going to be pickpockets operating. Kidnapping is a thing in Mexico. I'm not going to lie, it's a big thing. It's a big business. But no, I do think it's not just the ticket price. It is the hotel and travel costs. It's ridiculous. Don't get me wrong, there are some locations in the US that are on my sporting and travel bucket lists, especially Nevada and Wyoming and Idaho. They're 3 states that I want to go to just because the wilderness aspect and the fact that, and even Montana, there's not a lot of people and you can spend days and not see a single person, and the wildlife aspect, so. And the scenery, I wouldn't want to go to Vegas, for example, for the gambling. The only reason I would want to go to Vegas is to experience Allegiant Stadium when the NRL play games there, and T-Mobile Arena when the Golden Knights play. Because rugby league and ice hockey are 2 of my favourite sports. And Vegas as a city, I think, is a great venue for both the NRL and the NHL. Not going to lie. Want to experience, an NHL game at T-Mobile, and I want to experience the NRL Vegas weekend at Allegiant, just as a sports fan. I wouldn't want to go to Vegas for the gambling. Gambling doesn't interest me. Although I used to play in a poker league and I'm quite a good poker player. I haven't played poker for years. I used to have actually a poker set with a rotunda and all the chips, and I used to go, as I say, play in a poker league, competitive for money. Ironically, and qualification for TV tournaments and casino tournaments. But that was a long time ago, in my early 20s. Now I've got no interest in gambling now, of any kind. But I would just want to go down the sporting aspect just to experience and actually do that. But then I would want to explore, rural, the wilderness. But again, it's the flights and the hotels. Although there are some parts of Nevada and Wyoming and Idaho where hotel prices are dirt cheap, because getting people an investment into these smaller towns and cities that are very rural, the little motels, they're not going to charge a lot. They need people just to stop in and actually contribute, stay for a little bit. And tourism is a big part of the economies of these states when it gets more rural outside of agriculture. They do heavily rely on, winter tourists, summer tourists, hikers, walkers, skiers, mountain bikers. The outdoor adventure types. And of course, you've got the national parks, and again, heavily reliant on the wildlife photographers and those tourists who like being outdoors, camping and fishing and all that. They rely on things like that. But some of these big metro areas like LA, and Dallas, I think, is it Dallas or Austin, Miami, New York. Some of the prices, I do agree. Some of the ticket prices are obscene. And what I was going through there were the cheaper end. We don't want to get started on the more expensive tickets. Some of the prices they are expecting fans to pay. I mean, if I won the lottery, yes, I would be able to go to every game. No question. If I won the Euro Millions, if there was a rollover and it was big money, yes, I'm happy. Yeah, fine, cool. I could quit my job and just watch sport and do sports content for a living on this. Yes, absolutely. I would happily have the money to spend, but that's the problem. That's what fans are saying. It's only the wealthier sports fans. There's nothing against having money, working hard, or even if you win the lottery, anything like that. If you have the financial ability to do so, okay, you can afford to cherry pick, go to a couple of games, and then do the other tourism kind of stuff and exploring around that. But even though I've got this channel, this platform, and I made 25. No, technically I made about £14.61 yesterday, because obviously the YouTube takes a little chunk as off my earnings. But in theory, if YouTube didn't do that, I would have earned £25 yesterday. Yay! Because one subscriber left a nice donation in a comment saying, here's 25 quid. Thank you very much. But the average fan is on a similar salary, if not a little bit more than me. Now, I live by myself. But if I was in, let's say, my mum and stepdad's shoes and my brother's shoes, I mean, my brother isn't well right now, and I will be doing a members video discussing just 2025, but my brother's not particularly well right now. He is still working. But if I was in their shoes, and let's say they were like, okay, now my mum isn't really a sports fan, so I'm going to bear that in mind. My brother, I don't think he follows a lot of sport. It's not really his thing. I've taken him to a couple of ice hockey games, but professional watching sport's not really his his cup of tea. He's more of a video game, and his hobbies are different to mine. He's not really a sports fan, and that's fine. But his dad, my stepdad, is a massive Liverpool fan, massive rugby union fan, massive cricket fan. If, for example, they were to go, I think they would do it as a family of three, and my sister and her husband would probably have to watch the house and look after the dogs, because I don't think my mum would be happy to put the dogs in a kennel kind of. She's got two dogs in a kennel kind of environment for a long time, and my sister is also a dog owner, and so I think if they were to do that, they would potentially get my sister to house sit and watch the dogs. But at the same time, all three, my mum, my stepdad, and my half brother, they all have full-time jobs, and they would obviously all have to sync up where they could all get the same time of year off at the same time. And with my brother's health problems, which he does have, he needs medication, and not all of his medications are easily available or cheaply available in the US. Some of them may not even be legal by the FDA. And that could then pose a headache of, if he has health issues, like he has problems with his immune system, then what? Now, my mum has been to the US a lot with work. She knows how the US customs work and all that. She's filled in all her documentation multiple times with visas and entrance and exit forms from the US. So my mum, no problem. I don't think my stepdad's ever been to the US, but he has been overseas with work as well, and he's travelled a bit. My brother's never been outside of Europe. Furthest he's been is I think, was it Spain or Greece? I think Corfu. But that's within the EU. So the furthest, I think, the biggest issue is queuing up passport control. Now, he is planning to go to Thailand in the new year. So that's going to be a completely new experience if he's medically allowed to travel because of his health concerns. But if they were to do that, health insurance, travel insurance, that's not even including hotel, medications, clearing them, internal travel within the US, Canada, and Mexico. Because again, Canada's got different entry regulations. Mexico's got different entry regulations when it comes to your visa. Currency exchange. Only certain locations in Mexico and Canada will accept US dollars, normally within about 10 to 20 kilometers or miles of the border. So, there is that. So you've got the currency exchange. You're going to have explain why to most likely the US authorities, why you've got a lot of Canadian dollars and Mexican pesos. It's like, well, I'm planning to go to as many games across this World Cup as possible. It starts, it just you got to get your hotel reservations. You've got to say it's just a lot of form filling, a lot of time spent at customs. Canada and Mexico are probably countries fans probably want to go to because they're more welcoming. They really are. Especially Mexico relies on tourism for a huge section of its economy. Canada's always known as a very friendly country, quite strict on its entry visa stuff, but seen as more friendly, more welcoming. But no, I think the way the pricing, not including travel is getting to Canada is expensive. Like flights to Canada are notoriously expensive, and flights internally in Canada. So if you're watching games, let's say I think it's Toronto, maybe was it Montreal? No, it's Toronto on the East Coast. You watch your game there, but you want to get to Vancouver for another game. Internal travel within Canada is also exceptionally expensive, and that's to do with government taxes and government policy when it comes to the aviation industry. And then you've got the exchange rate. So before I get into macroeconomics, oh God, I'm remembering some of my politics and business studies classes. Oh my God, there's a lot there. And I'm just doing this in layman's terms. We're not including that the exchange rate whilst you're out there can fluctuate. So let's say you want to get some more cash out at an ATM or go to the bank or whatever. Or you have got US dollars, but you want to watch a game in Canada, so you want to fly over. Suddenly, you've got to change your US dollars to Canadian. If you want to spend anything by cash, then there's credit card fees, and it's expensive enough anyway, and its exchange rates fluctuate. A lot can happen in the next 6 months. Like the dollar might tank, the Canadian dollar might tank, the Mexican peso might strengthen, the US, the pound might really have a wobble, which is potential there. The euro could have a wobble because of what's happening in France politically with their social welfare policies and pension policies, and there could be a lot can happen between now and June next year. Professional US sports teams in the Rocky Mountain states, ironically, no. New Mexico doesn't have any. That's classed as a Rocky Mountain state. Wyoming doesn't have any. Idaho doesn't have any. And we're talking about the major leagues. Minor leagues, there are minor leagues affiliates. ECHL, is it the Copperheads? There's a team in Idaho, in Boise. Arizona obviously has got teams. Colorado's got teams. Montana doesn't. So when we're talking about the Rocky Mountain states, that bit where the Midwest ends and you're suddenly in the mountains, apart from Colorado and Arizona, which are classed as Rocky Mountain states, Idaho has some minor league affiliates in Boise. Utah has a couple of teams, like you've got the Jazz, you've got Real Salt Lake, and you've got the Utah Mammoth. They plan to get a Major League Baseball team. They are planning to try and get a Major League Baseball team. There is no NFL team in Utah, in Salt Lake City, or that metro. But Utah does have a couple of teams. I think 3. There used to be a Major League Rugby team there as well. But Utah has some. Colorado has some. Arizona has some. But then you go like New Mexico. Idaho has minor league teams. Wyoming has nothing. It's just not the population. The problem is the population is very all over the place. So obviously the Phoenix and Tucson metros in Arizona are massive. especially Tucson's over 1 million. Phoenix is over, like, I think it's pushing 6-7 million now. Technically, Nevada, even though it's got the Sierra Nevadas, there's a little bits of the Rockies in Nevada. Obviously, you've got Vegas and what's happening there. There's some minor league stuff happening in Reno. Idaho's got some teams around Boise, but other than that, not a lot. Montana's got nothing. Wyoming's got nothing. Outside of Denver and Colorado, nothing. Out of Salt Lake City and Utah, nothing. So it's interesting. There's not a lot of but some of the cities in the Rocky Mountains, if you look at Europe, they would have multiple sports teams. It's just how, as I've discussed earlier, and I've discussed in many videos, it's how the sports culture and how the leagues perceive things. So the major leagues in North America go, small market, we're not going to get the TV advertising revenue, we're not going to get the corporate money coming in. The fans will turn up. I mean, Quebec, people go, we want the Quebec Nordiques back. We want the Montreal Expos back in baseball, for example. Now, the sports fans in Quebec would fill out stadiums, they would fill out arenas, especially ice hockey. It's just Quebec City, for example, seen as a small market, not a lot of corporate. Obviously, it's a more francophone city than Montreal. So you're limiting viewership across the US and Canada to the more francophone communities. So already you're limiting yourself. And so it's just a mess. Well, you'll be proudly watching the FIFA World Cup on a dodgy box. It should be on free-to-air coverage around the world. So I don't know where you're going to get a dodgy Fire Stick or dodgy box to watch it, because you're wasting your money, especially if just find a VPN. if you want to watch the broadcaster with a different commentary team, find a VPN. Imagine if the NFL expands, Salt Lake City will be up there. Well, you could argue yes, but I don't think there's any appetite from potential owners in the Salt Lake City metro. We know they want to get Major League Baseball as the next team, the next league in there. We know that they've got money set aside for. I've got to move my back again. I'm going to have to keep doing this all night because my back is buggered. I've trapped a nerve in my shoulder, so it's even more painful than normal. My bad shoulder is really playing up. No, there's been no appetite at the moment from potential owners in Utah, in the Salt Lake City metro, for an NFL franchise. They've got the MLS, they've got the NBA, they've now got the NHL. The next major league they want is Major League Baseball. They've got funding from the state government for a baseball stadium, a ballpark. They've secured funding for that as part of. They had a vote. Utah is one of those states that's not running a deficit. They have the money available to spend. They want to. There's a big construction boom at the moment in the Salt Lake City metro. They want to attract more people to the state. Well, considering the times for England games, I'll probably be sleeping. Well, to be fair, actually, the England games, the timings work really well for me. So I'll be able to watch them. The Scotland games, if they're on like a Friday night or a Saturday, then yes. If they're on a Sunday or a weekday, no. And I think that's part of the problem, is how they're going to fix. Because of the group stages, when it gets to the knockout stages, there's going to be more weekend games. But to maximise, but there'll still be weeknights. So it's going to be interesting when it gets to the knockout stages what the kickoff times are going to be. But yeah, there's I won't be able to watch every game at this tournament. That's just simple logistics, because I've got a day job and my start hours are very early. If I was working a bit later in the day, although in saying that, obviously the contract that we have with the local council, we're getting taken over by another company, and my contract's getting transferred over. There may be a change to our start time, so potentially that might go in my favour a little bit. But realistically, I can't see myself being able to watch every group stage game and just every game in general. There's just firstly, there's too many games. I think they've overdone it with the expansion. I, I I'm more concerned that people say lesser nations playing going to dilute the quality. I think that might make games more entertaining because you've got a lot of these new nations and that could be more entertaining because there's going to be more mistakes and things like that. But the ticket price is going to be a problem, and the kickoff times is going to be a problem. I understand why they've changed them a little bit to make it easier on the climatic conditions. But let's say you've got an evening kickoff, and you've got that European audience, and there's a weather delay, and people have got to go to work. They're going to switch off, especially if it's a late kickoff and a late evening thunderstorm comes in. And bearing in mind, hurricane season, you can get hurricanes in June and July. It has happened, and thunderstorms that time of year, especially in the southeast of the US and parts of the Midwest, even right up the Atlantic seaboard. I mean, we're talking. You get those summer storms, and I'm trying to remember as much of USA '94 as possible in regards to the weather conditions and were there any weather delays. I don't think there were. I don't think there were weather delays in 1994. But some of the temperatures were ridiculous, back then. We're talking over 40 degrees Celsius. Players were playing in some of the stadiums. There were some very, very hot days. Also trying to remember some of the kickoff times because I think they were earlier. The expansion is too much. Don't get me wrong. It's a good story for the likes of Curaçao and Cape Verde, but who the hell is going to stay up for that unless you're fans of those nations? Well, Curaçao obviously has a big community in the Netherlands because it's one of the constituent countries of the United Kingdom of the Netherlands. It has a similar status in Dutch law as the Channel Islands and the Isle of Man do in UK jurisdiction. Similar kind of their crown dependencies. It's sort of a similar kind of status legally. But Cape Verde, I mean, they're on a similar time zone to us. So they're going to be impacted in the same way. So a lot of the African nations are on basically the same time zone as Europe. So the African nations, much like ourselves in Europe, are going to have similar issues when it comes to TV viewership. Then you get some of the Asian countries like Uzbekistan, although their media is heavily state controlled. You get some of those countries, Japan, Korea, Australia. I mean, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough in regards to getting that viewership. I mean, this is the first World Cup where we are seeing kickoff times adjusted because of where the majority of the TV audience is. And I think the viewership is, I mean, a lot of people have work. And, they're trying to weigh up economically right now. No company's going to get all their staff off in June, July. I'm tempted to try and book as much of the group stages off, but even then, that's most of my annual leave gone for the World Cup, considering we also have a Rugby League World Cup as well at the end of the year that I want to watch. I don't think I can really justify having 2/3 of my annual leave gone, because the max I can take off at a time is 2 weeks. That's half my annual leave gone for the World Cup. And even then, I won't be able to watch all the games of the knockout stages either. So I don't know. I won't be able to watch all the games, which is frustrating. This will be the first World Cup where that potential's taken away. I felt the kickoff times for the Qatar World Cup actually worked rather well. I chose not to watch a fair number of the games, and I watched some. I did match reviews. I didn't get to watch all the games, but the potential was there that I could. But yeah, what the odds of a Bayern Munich Auckland City scoreline is that you're going to get that even in professional leagues where the teams are meant to be evenly balanced. We've had some blowout scores, obviously in Premier League history and domestic leagues and all of them. Blowout scorelines happen. You have that one team that's hit some bad form. I remember when Spurs beat Wigan like 10-0 in the Premier League about a decade ago. So it's happened. I remember Man United being Ipswich 10-0. It happens. Blowout scorelines do happen. So it happens in club football all the time. I think some of the groups look really weak. But at the same time, then it's about squad management and going, that's the toughest game in the group. We'll put our strongest team out for that. We'll rotate the squad in the group stages, and then in the knockout stages, we will settle on our starting 11 plus our favoured bench. I think that's what a lot of nations are going to do. I think some nations will regret doing that. But we see it in the FA Cup, for example, and the League Cup all the time, where the higher ranked team, be it the Premier League Championship team, put out a weakened team against the lower league or non-league opposition. We see it all the time. I think that the potential's there, definitely there. But then who would have thought in 2014 we would have a 7-1 in the semi-final of Germany-Brazil in Brazil? I mean, that Brazilian side was not the best Brazilian side, but that wasn't a 7-1 on paper. Yeah, they could lose that game and play badly and lose 2-1 or 2-0 and be outplayed. But it happens. It's happened to Brazil. So yeah, the potential's there. I do worry about some of these nations, getting hammered. And we see it more in the women's game than the men's, but I think the potential's there. But I also think that the game globally, a lot of the top players are playing in Europe and South America. So I do think that when it comes down to it, I think we'll see some, at worst, 3-4 nils, but there's the potential for an 8-9 or a 10. Yeah, there is that potential. Like Haiti are probably going to get slaughtered. Cape Verde have actually, in recent years, they've been solids, but Caracas potentially could get a bit bashed up. Uzbekistan, again, debutants, there's the potential. But there's still nations to qualify yet. There's still 6 nations to qualify, and there's a couple that in some of these qualification brackets look kind of weak. So it's going to be interesting. You were there when Birmingham City got battered 8-0 against Bournemouth at home, and it's tradition to rewatch that game once in a while just to remind yourself you were that bad. Look, there's been some very one-sided games, cup finals and league matches and even internationals. It happens. But the last Euros, there weren't too many massive blowouts, and there were some perceived lesser nations playing. So I understand the worry aspect that we are going to get some blowout scores, but this is not the 1970s and early 80s. I think games are going to be a lot closer than we realise. Oh, it's your tradition to watch the 7-1 in full. I mean, I missed a couple of the goals because I was at the pub, and in the first 5 minutes it was 2-0, and I was like, "Shh, I've got to rush home and watch this." And I got in, and it was 5. It was 5, and my nan phoned me up. Are you watching the football? I was like, "Oh, I'm on the way," and I left literally just after the first goal went in, and by the time I got in, the second goal was going in, and then I was like, "Let me get sorted, let me get changed, let me get out of whatever, let me put the dinner on." And by the time I actually sat down, it was 5-0. It was half time, and I was like, "This is ridiculous." And then I just remember, like, my nan and my granddad was obviously a big sports fan. Well, he always watched the major international World Cups and Euro, and he wasn't at first watching the game. He was listening on the radio or something else, and then he came in, and I said, "Don't don't adjust the TV. This is happening. I was stunned it was happening, but I can't believe that was 11, nearly 12 years ago. Next year, 12 years. Time flies. I do generally mean that. Time flies. That was 12 years ago. That's insane. Absolutely mad that was 12 years ago. But time flies. I think some of those scorelines happened. There is the potential, but I remember in year 1000, Holland putting 5 past Yugoslavia. That was a solid Yugoslav side that had some good players. They put 5 past them. 2014? I was 24 back then. I was 24. And I was about to start working. Had I already been working in the IT factory, computer factory, and laying cable? I was doing. No, I hadn't started my contract job in Birmingham laying cable. So I was. What was I? What job had I just left? I had left a job, and I'm trying to remember what the job was. I was doing odds and sods at the time. I was doing lots of odds and sods, a lot of contract work, a lot of agency work, and I was about to start working where a mate of mine was working, and I was doing odds and sods at the time. I was in between jobs, so I was sort of bouncing through. I was doing a lot of agency work, and I think I was also still working at Ascot Racecourse, doing odd shifts here and there. Underneath the grandstand with the waste removal. So I was bouncing around jobs at the time. I hadn't really figured out life at that point. That's the best way I could describe 2014. I hadn't figured out life. It's a good way to look at it. I hadn't figured out life. Yeah, I was in my mid-20s. It was 3 years before I started the channel. That's mad. 3 years, and that's when Neymar bursts onto the scene. There's a lot of talk about Neymar at the time, and he's still at. Was he playing at Santos? He was about to make his move to Barcelona and be the replacement for Messi. And he gets injured at that World Cup again in the Colombia game. And he misses the semi-final. But David Luiz scores the rocket of the free kick that takes Brazil through to the semi-final. And yeah, that was then. Massive changes in society and the global game. Didn't have a YouTube channel at the time. Wow, just so much has changed. So much. Yeah, I was sort of like trying to figure life out at the time. I was sort of, yeah, I wouldn't say between a rock and a hard place, but I hadn't figured things out. I was figuring things out. And then from then onwards, I sort of figured things out and got knuckled down. And I was working in the paint factory after that. So 2014 was the year I figured stuff out. It's the best way I can look at it. 2014 was the year I started to figure things out. And then 2016 comes along, and 2017 I think was the time I really did figure stuff out, and that was obviously the Rugby League World Cup, and 2018 was the Russia World Cup. That's when I was a farm labourer. I think, yeah, it's about 2016, 2017, 2018. That's a period where, yeah, I figured things out. And then the rest is history. And then since then, I've been pretty focused, and I figured things out, found my place in the world, and sorted my life out. I think I was drifting at that time. I was I was floating from situation to situation, and I was yeah, getting off on a tangent. I was a family barbecue at the England-Germany game in 2010. I was at the pub. I was at the pub. I was 2010 was the World Cup where I watched a lot of the games at the pub. I won a fair bit of money on Uruguay making the semi-finals. I put Uruguay down as a semi-finalist. I always put them down as winning, but 2010, I remember 2010, I watched the Europa League final in a strip club, which is still a strip club. It's also a B&B. I watched the 2010 Europa League final in a gentleman's establishment. Because it was on. I had a couple of screens on, and I'll watch the football, and of course the dancers are coming over, and I'm like, do a dance. Here's some money, go away. Wait, as you do. And I remember one of them just actually sat and watched the second half with me, and I'm like, really? She says, yeah. I was like, I'll keep paying you because you're not getting your kit off for everyone else, so I'll keep paying you money. But I'm watching the game. We're dragging my mate because we dragged my mate's stepbrother there, and it was his first time in a house of ill repute, and just as a like a bucket list thing. He'd never done it before, and he had views on adult entertainment at the time, and we were like, look, we'll do this as a bucket list thing. There's I think there were 4 of us. When was it 3 of us? Anyway, we're all mates, and we're in there, and my mate Adam is not really a football fan, but I am. And Fulham were playing Atletico Madrid, and he sat with me, and we sat there, and then one stripper sits with him and one sits with me, and I said, we're just going to watch the second half. And then there was a break in play, and I went, here's X amount of money, give him a lap dance in one of the booths. And so the stripper literally grabs him and come with me. He's like, what? I said, you're getting inducted into the Man Hall of Fame now. You're going to enter this establishment as a boy, and you're going to come out a man, even though you're only 2 years old. You just turned 18, so it's sort of like he was only 18, 19 at the time, and I'm just turned 20. I'm like a year or two older than him. And as you do, and the other stripper sat with me during the second half. And bearing in mind, I this is back when I was a heavy smoker and other things, and I was just chewing gum, and she was like, "Why are you chewing gum?" I was like, "Because I'm watching the game." And obviously, Fulham lose the game, which was really annoying because I wanted them to win. If they had won, I think I would have. I think I had money on the game as well. I had money on the game, which was dangerous. This is what I used to gamble. I don't gamble anymore, but I used to be a bit of a degenerate in my 20s. But I had a little bit of money. I had a little bit of money on the game, and I would have won a fair payout, but didn't. I should have really bet on Atletico Madrid to win, really, and Forlan having a good game. But that was it. And then I remember that night. But it's just one of those things. So if like I was ever to get, because I've been watching a lot of the Joe Rogan podcast, and I say to myself, if someone ends up on the Joe Rogan experience, they've made it in life. There's a few other podcasts I wouldn't mind going on, and 2010 was a very, very, very alcoholic year. So was 2014. I seem to remember so much alcohol drunk. I mean, God. But it was, as I say, since I've had this channel, I think I've figured stuff out. But as you do, watch a European final in a strip club. I don't know how many. I've got some bugs in. I don't know how many people can say they've done that, and say that's because people always ask. So where was I with the the 2014 semi-final? I watched the first 2 goals. The first goal in a pub. I ran home, and I got in the door as it was just gone 2-0, and and then I watched that 2010 Europa League final. I'm in a strip club. The 2022 World Cup finals. I was upstairs in this block of flats at my neighbour's flat because he was fixing my laptop, which he decided to catastrophically have a massive. It just blurped. It blurped, as I say, went a bit wrong, and then it survived until the old laptop survived until the World Cup Rugby World Cup the following year in 2023, the opening match, I just got the laptop to work for the opening game of the 2023 because it was basically survived a year and it died, which is why we now have the Chromebook, which I've had for nearly 2 years. 2 years February, I've had the Chromebook. So that's amazing that I got this 2 years ago. It's a fantastic piece of kit. Really, I really enjoy the Chromebook. I still owe my mum £400 for that. I said I'd pay her. She went, "Don't worry about it," but it's a fair bit of money. I'm trying to think. So the 2022 World Cup final I watched with my neighbour, who's now since moved out, which is a shame. He has moved out. He moved out. It's going to be 3 years ago in March. He moved out. So it's just over 2.5 years ago he moved out. But he was fun. He was a bit crazy, and we got up to some crazy stuff. And it's kind of a good thing he isn't here anymore because I think I would be not in a good place. He was a character. He was a character. My old neighbour. 2018 World Cup final. Where was I there? Where was I for that? I'm trying to think where I was for the. No, I was at home. I watched that at home. The 2018 final. The 2018 FA Cup final or 2017? No, 2018 FA Cup final was in my mate's pub, which is now a car park. I'm trying to remember some of these major sporting events where you know people say, "Where were you? Where were you?" But since I've had the channel and since I've been living here, most of the major sporting events I've watched in this flat, apart from the 2022 World Cup final, because my laptop decided just to go bleh that day. I messaged my mate and went, "I'll fix it for you," and he did. It just took a while. He bodged it. It was a bodge for another year and a half, and the laptop died some time ago. I managed to take all the important stuff off the laptop, so I can now burn it, but recycle it, which should be interesting. But no, yeah. Yeah, it died a death, but yeah, but it's always interesting when people ask me, like, where were you for this particular game or that particular moment, mostly to do with finals. So the Rugby League World Cup final in 2022 sat right here. Of course, the FIFA World Cup final was upstairs in my neighbour's flat. No, a lot of the major sporting moments since 2020 have been spent in this flat. There was a couple of the Euros games I watched next door at my neighbour's flat next door. That was after my motorcycle. That was just before my motorcycle crash. But in 2021, the women's Euros, both finals England won, sat right here. The Women's World Cup final that Spain won sat right here. I remember getting drenched in beer for Sturridge's goal versus Wales in 2016. 2016 Euros. Last year, the Euros, I was in the pub for the France-Portugal quarter-final, a couple of beers deep with a mate, who has since gone down a diversion path from me, and I've only heard from him a couple of times since then. There's a lot that's happened. But we were sat in the pub that I actually went to on Saturday, where I caught a little bit of the second Ashes test. And I didn't really engage with the 2016 Euros. I remember England losing to Iceland. I was in my grandparents' extension, which was, we called it the kitchen, but it was the extension, really. We had a dining room and tables and chairs and TV. I remember watching that, and I do very much remember the fan reaction from about 2008 till Southgate takes over. And even then, when Southgate was in charge, there was a fair bit of fan unhappiness with how at times the team played at in certain games at major tournaments, even when they were winning. I remember 2010 when Wayne Rooney, I thought, was it the Slovenia game? Was it the Slovenia game, or was it the Algeria game when they're walking off and they're being booed, and he really loses his marbles, and he's got the cameraman there, and he's just having a go down the camera. He knows he's live, he knows he's been broadcast around the world, and he's just having a rant. He's aiming at why you're booing us. I think his challenge was, can you armchair critics do better? But I didn't really engage with the 2016 Euros. I really didn't. That was a Euros I didn't enjoy. I really tuned out of that one. I didn't enjoy that one. That wasn't a great tournament, personally. But watching. But I think 2018, the World Cup, Russia, I missed the first half of the first game, Russia-Saudi Arabia, but I watched pretty much because it was just had an earlier kickoff for some reason. For some reason, that particular game kicked off earlier because they had an extra game that day, I think, or they were how they shunted everything in. And the only two games I watched at the pub that year were both England games, and England lost both of them, which was the semi-final and the third, fourth place playoff. Every other England game I'd watched at home, and I made a thing about that tournament not going to the pub and staying at home watching the games. And England were playing reasonably well. They were winning games. Obviously, we win our first penalty shootout since '96 at a tournament against Colombia. And I made it a thing saying, right, I'm going to watch and watch at home. And I'm not going to wear my England shirt, which I've had since 2006, which for some reason I've worn every time England have been knocked out of a tournament. But again, it's another thing. So I made a very specific, and then the semi-final, a lot of my mates said, "Oh, we're going down the pub in Binfield. We're going to go in Victoria Arms, which is a pub in a village near where I live. We're going to the pub. They've got a big screen on. It's going to be busy. Get there." I said, "All right, sod it. There's a corner shop on the way. I'm going to buy some fags. And there's a couple of corner shops on the way. I'm going to buy some fags, buy some beers." So I've already had a few drinks before I actually get to the pub. And then when I'm at the pub, one of my mates goes, "I'm running out of cigarettes. Can you go to corner shop?" I was like, "Oh, fuck. Well, you're buying the beer because I've got a queue." So I said, "Right, I'm running next door." And then it was packed. There must have been about 1,000 people. This pub has got a big on. It's got a couple of bars actually in the pub. It's a tiered pub like that. So it's sort of, you couldn't get to them. And I just got back in the pub from the corner shop for the first goal, which was the free kick, Trippier's free kick. And I was absolutely drenched. I stank of a brewery. I bearing in mind I had a full pack on the way from my house. I'd been at 2 corner shops, bought a few beers. So I've already had a couple of beers before I even get to the pub. I was actually quite, but anyway, we lose the game, and I got home and I was quite drunk, and I went to a few more pubs on the way home, and eventually I did get home, and I think the semi-final was it on a weekend? I think it might have been. I can't remember. But I was quite intoxicated. I was not going to work the next day. Let's just put it that way. I wasn't in a fit state to ride my motorbike. I was watching the 2023 Champions League final whilst on a pub crawl. Oh, that's safe. I was sat here. I was sat here when Harry Kane put the penalty over the bar. I did the match review. I remember doing the match review, and I was very critical. I was critical of the team's performance and of Southgate, but actually the team played. That was the best England had played under Southgate. That was the thing. I said, right, there's progress here. We've progressed from the 2018, World Cup semi-final. the Euros final. You can see there's progression here, and it's just in those key moments, those key tactical decisions. But I actually felt they had played better, as a group. They turned up against France. They competed, and they could have won that game. And then we get the World Cup out of the way, and we get to the last Euros, and it was work. It wasn't great. It was turgid. They weren't playing well. They make the final. They're clearly second best. You can clearly see that structurally and tactically they weren't right, and they deservedly lost that final. The fact they got lucky to get to the final with the couple of goals that were scored along the way and clutch moments. Bellingham's overhead kick, I seem to remember. Was it against Slovakia? I think it was. I've got to look at my old notebooks. I'm going to have to get the old notebooks out again and go through them and find the match reviews. But yeah, that tournament, I think you could see the fan frustration with how the team was playing. And I don't think Southgate's press conferences for the last couple of major tournaments helped. And you could see the players, you could see there weren't happiness in that group. You could see that there was clearly things not right. And I think Southgate handled some of the criticism of how the team was playing poorly. Was he the right guy to be given the job in the first place? His win percentage would say yes, but then the Nations League campaigns that we had didn't go down particularly well. But, qualifying and making it through to, 2 finals, a semi-final and a quarter-final. But I think while we made the final against Spain, I actually think as a group there was backward steps taken, and then you have Lee Carsley as the interim, and I think Lee Carsley had got the team playing, and I think Lee Carsley could have been given the job. People say, "Oh, he's Irish. He was born here." And then Thomas Tuchel or Tuchel, depending how you pronounce his name. There's different ways of pronouncing, his name. The former Chelsea manager comes along, Thomas Tuchel or Thomas Tuchel, depending again how you pronounce it. I've heard it pronounced both ways. He gets appointed, and the first press conference, he goes, "I'm sorry, I've got a German passport." But I look at, there was that, I think the friendly against Senegal, which didn't go particularly well. There was a game against Andorra where they didn't play particularly well. I look at, the Lee Carsley interim and the Tuchel, again, heard it pronounced both ways. I find it more comfortable saying Tuchel, but there'll be those who say it's Tuchel, and, it's been pronounced both ways. I think it's a regional variation of it's a German and French name, actually. It's weird. There's been a couple of performances, but actually, as the qualifying stages went on, Carsley had built a good foundation, and Thomas Tuchel has built upon that, and you can see what is being attempted. You can see there's more pragmatism and more flexibility in the tactics. And you can see the players are playing better as a result. There's some games where you can't be 100% A-grade, A-star performances all the time. You're going to have an off night where you're playing at 75% as a player or as a unit, just whatever. But some of the performances, the interplay, the creativity, the adaptability, the different options and positions. There's something about this team now which fills me with a bit more confidence than a Southgate team. a Southgate team would have drawn some of those games we've won, and some of the draws we've had in this period, we would have lost. And some of the 1-0 wins would have been, and some of the, really dominant wins we've had would have been scrappy 1 or 2-0s, or less energy, less. There's definitely more pace on the ball. There's definitely more movement off the ball. There's more positive thinking, playing in the right areas, less of a defensive mindset. It's more pragmatic, flexible mindset where adjustments need to be made. If you need to be a bit more defensive for a period, you're more defensive. If you need to be more attacking, you're more attacking. And I think you can see that with how the team's playing. Same with Steve Clarke. Scotland obviously missed out on the last World Cup, which was unfortunate, but has got them to 3 out of the last 4 tournaments. And Steve Clarke, much like Southgate, most successful on win percentage in games managed as a manager. I think the next goal for Scotland is to win at a major tournament, win a game, or qualify out of the group stage. I think that's the objective for Scotland, is to win a game, which is going to be again, which they've done, but that knockout stage qualification. I think that's the objective for Scotland. That will be classed as a successful tournament. It's getting up the group stage and winning at least one game. Taking something off Brazil and Morocco, I think, is an objective. They're going to beat Haiti. We know that. If they lose against Haiti or don't beat Haiti, I think Steve Clarke might be asked to move on as Scotland manager. But that's, for me, the objective for Scotland. Get out the group, get to the knockout stages, potentially win a game at the knockout stages. I think that is, again, potentially a reality. That's a potential. But I think the objective for Scotland and the objective for England are different. But I think Steve Clarke is the right guy for Scotland. And I do think Thomas Tuchel, regardless of the fact he's German, I think actually he's got them playing in a way that Southgate couldn't. And look, I think Southgate built a good, solid basis, but it did need someone to take that further. And while he made 2 finals in his time as manager, there were 2 very missed opportunities in 2021 and 2024. Should have won the 2021 final. First 20 minutes, brilliant. Then they stopped playing. You could argue 2018 was a missed opportunity because they got in front against Croatia. Very similar things happened. They didn't learn from 2018 to 2021. 2022, ironically, apart from the USA game, which was really bad. I didn't watch that. I just went, this is terrible. I just had to turn off. I think, there were some missed opportunities, but the last Euros, how they made the final is beyond me. That was not what was expected, considering how they had progressed as a group and how, especially in the way to the final against Italy, progression had been made, and then they made the final. Some backward steps were taken. They got lucky with some of the other nations getting knocked out along the way. It is what it is. Say what you want about Southgate, but he's the only manager to get us to a final not named Alf Ramsey. Yes, this is true. This is very true. He also, I think, was the longest tenured England manager as well. I think he actually was in the post longer than Alf Ramsey. If not longer, he had more competitive matches than Alf Ramsey. Because, again, the international game has evolved. Qualifications changed. Tournaments have expanded. I think he actually had the most managers, the most games as head coach. I think he had a higher win percentage as the manager than Alf Ramsey. But I do think retrograde steps occurred somewhere between 2021 and 2024. And changes needed to happen, didn't. And I think Southgate boxed himself into a corner with the media, especially when he didn't pick players on form. He picked them on his favourites. And I think that was part of his undoing as well. There were some squad selections and team selections that really, I think the media and those on social media as well went, maybe just post this. And the criticism, I don't think especially in the last Euros, I don't think, and the World Cup, the last World Cup, there was criticism aimed at the players, how they were performing and the tactics, and I don't think the press conferences were dealt with very well. I think 2018 and 2021, I think the press conferences were dealt with brilliantly. I think the questioning and team selections, and I think they dealt with things quite well there. But the last two tournaments, I think, I don't think their PR team, their media team, I think the brief, I think, when they were giving, press conferences and interviews, when they were at training camp or pre-match and post-match, and when they were doing their player media availability, I think they knew what questions they were going to face, especially after the opening game at the World Cup in 2022. From then onwards, I think the relationship between Southgate and the media changed. And the way they handled things, I think they got wrong. But let me be clear, I'm not a massive fan of the British sports media, especially the London and Manchester-based websites and news outlets. Although in theory, I could set up my own, sports media collective. I have to keep moving because my left shoulder is really bad, and I can't stay in one position for too long because I get uncomfortable. So you may see me move around the room. I'm going to turn my heater on, so you're going to hear my electric heater. I hope that. So that sound is my little electric heater because my flat's has got a little bit of the heating's gone off. So I'm just going to turn that on for a few minutes just to warm my legs up and things. So before anyone gets alarmed, no, my laptop isn't overheating. I'm just turning on my little electric heater, which is this delightful little device. Cost me 20 quid, £19.95 in a local hardware store. Just going to turn that on for a little bit, just because I'm feeling a bit chilly. I do, results are a big part of it. It is a results game, and you can win ugly, and that's what happened in '94 with Brazil, for example. They didn't play the Brazilian style, and they won the tournament. France under Didier Deschamps, very similar criticisms of Didier Deschamps. Won a World Cup, made three finals, won one. Didier Deschamps. There's been criticisms of Didier Deschamps, but he won the 2018 World Cup. He made the last World Cup final. I think he made was it the 2016 Euros? I think it was. He's made three finals, and there's been criticisms of the French style of play and some of the selections there and the style of play and the tactics and like Olivier Giroud, for example. In 2018, his selection in the French squad and the role, I think Giroud actually had quite a good tournament just as an option and how his role changed. But there was that. So Deschamps has had to face similar criticism. Look at the Italian mess at the moment. I mean, Gattuso's come in and he's definitely put the uppers up the players. But he's come in partway through a qualifying campaign. They've got to go through the playoffs to make the finals. Very similar to the '98 World Cup, where they had to play. I remember the '98 World Cup qualifying. Italy had to go through the playoffs, and they played against Russia in Moscow. And again, similar time of year to what we have now. And I think it was in '97. Obviously, the qualification was different. But it was Buffon, one of Buffon's first games for Italy. I remember it. I think it was his debut, actually. And the game was broadcast over here because Italy was seen as, why are Italy having to go through this to qualify. And they had a stacked team. Italy back in the 90s and the 2000s are brilliant players. And it was Buffon's debut, but they were playing in Russia in the snow. And the game nearly got called off, and the pitch was terrible. Wouldn't pass today. It was a shocking pitch in the snow. And there was a lot of criticism aimed at the Italian Federation then, and the fact they had to go. There's criticism now. Sweden, John Dahl Tomasson got sacked because they failed to qualify outright. They're going through the playoffs, and they haven't played well in the last two international windows. They haven't won a game. They've struggled to score. And so Southgate isn't the only international manager at times that's had to face media criticism, social media criticism now, but we'll go with media criticism from established, journalists with the old credentials around their neck when they go to the. So, but Southgate, I don't think the FA delegation and the England camp dealt particularly well with dealing with the media at the last two major tournaments. I think that was the weakness. And the way the team was playing, the fans were getting frustrated. And I think, I don't think they quite understood, how much it costs for fans to go to games. And even then, the ticket price is dwarfed by the upcoming World Cup. So if England don't play particularly well and labour through the group stages and labour through the knockout stages, even if they do make the final, which the way they're playing, I think they won't labour. I think they'll be exciting to watch and they'll be entertaining. They'll make the latter stages. But if they were to play like they played at the last Euros, with the cost of tickets and transport and hotel and food and drink and all that, and how much it's going to cost for fans to, go to World Cup games and enjoy the experience, there's going to be criticism in the media. There's going to be criticism on social media. And I do think they need to be aware of that. I think the delegation that goes with not just the players and the coaching staff and the backroom staff, support staff, but the media side of things, the PR side of things, the press officers, they need to work out, that they need to get off on the right foot. They need to be more accepting of criticism of performances, win, lose or draw. They need to be more accepting that criticism is part of it, and how to, I think they need to answer the questions better. I think they need to work on that media relationship a little bit more. Even though I think Southgate and his team, his backroom team, did quite well in rebuilding the relationship between the media and the players, which had and the squad, which I think had over many years. Since Euro 96 had soured. Since Euro 96, World Cup 98, there had been a souring of the relation between England camps and Scotland camps. I think Scotland had a better relationship with the media than the England teams, I think. But I think there had been a definite souring of relations, especially following the Beckham red card and the Euro 2000 fan disorder and poor performances, even though we did beat Germany at Euro 2000, which people tend to forget. But there had definitely been a poor relationship for a good 2 decades. And then Southgate comes along and his first press conference goes, we're going to fix the relationship. He sets out a better working relationship between the players and the media, and definitely rebuilt the relationship a little bit. No, I think I might turn this off in a few minutes because my leg's getting really warm all of a sudden. Have I put it on the wrong setting? No, I don't want to turn it down to cold. Right, that will do for a few minutes. Right, zapped the flat. Might turn that back on. I wouldn't say I completely dislike that. There are some sports that I think the press do some really good coverage on when they do cover it regionally or nationally, and it depends if it's the national broadcasters and national newspapers or the more niche sports websites that cover certain, so ice hockey and rugby league. I mean, you're going to get a bit more niche reporting in those areas. And sports journalists who are covering the rugby league and the ice hockey beat, probably not going to get paid as much in this country, and probably you're going to have a bit more of a niche readership of your articles or your video, podcasts or whatever it may be. You're going to have a bit more of a niche audience for. I think in that regard, those sports, I think the press and the players have a better relationship. You need to be as open as possible in those sports to reach a wider national and global audience. But especially with rugby union, I think the relationship's a bit tetchy at times. Cricket's a mess right now with what's happening with the Ashes, but I think the criticism is justified of how England are playing with Bazball and getting absolutely battered, embarrassingly so. They were in a good position the second test to rest the momentum, but embarrassing capitulation. Not going to lie. But when I'm talking about rugby league, I'm talking about rugby league in this country, in the UK. Australia and New Zealand's a different beast, but in the UK at least, because it's seen as a much more minority sport, you want to engage with as many people as possible, and you want to have and to do that, you need to have a much more positive relationship. But then again, you get to know most of the regional reporters, who will probably be working with local radio, the local newspapers, and probably with independent websites. Whereas Australia and New Zealand, I completely agree. Most of the journos are. It's not the same as what it was 20, 30 years ago. I listen to a lot of the podcasts. I watch a lot of the podcasts on YouTube as well. I listen to a lot of the podcasts. Although I say this, since Paul Kent has been fired by Fox League, I like Kenty Blitzed and Kenty Primetime. I think his current podcast is a lot better than what he's not being sort of shoehorned into saying stuff. No, but seriously, you actually listen to his podcast now to what he was when he was on NRL 360. His viewpoints have shifted. He's a little bit more neutral. He's less controversial. He's still got controversial opinions on certain things, but actually he's more laid back, and he's not being shoehorned and blinkered by producers and editors. Where he was, he's allowed to actually have his own opinions, and some of them are controversial, but some of his other opinions, actually, he knows a lot of stuff. He was tied down. So I never disliked Paul Kent. I didn't agree with everything he said, though. I will say this. I said it when he was in hot water, when he was suspended the first time, and the same the second time. I'm not a true 100% fan, but I did like Paul Kent because he was a bit of a firebrand. I'm not a fan of Buzz, and he appears on his own podcast with another journo. But in regards to like a media ban, because they've signed these broadcast rights and media availability, it's actually part of their contracts. They have to make themselves available for X amount of media days per year, and not all sports journalists are gutter press. I will say that. I've been heavily critical of the sports media about how they do things. Broadcasters, paywalls. I've got my views on that, and I've always had my views on that. And I've never shied away from being heavily critical of what was BT Sport, which is now TNT Sports, even though it's not fully the same. It's all transition. I have been critical of Sky Sports. I have been critical of Fox League as well, over the Fox Sports in Australia. I have been critical of the North American broadcasters. I've been critical of the free-to-air broadcasters with some of their changes, like ITV here and BBC here. I don't know what it's like, obviously, in Australia with Channel 7 and Channel 9 and Channel 10, but there's been criticism of those broadcasters as well. I don't know what the broadcasting's like in New Zealand. I can't comment on that. I've only seen a couple of Kiwi broadcasts on the NRL Watch NRL website where they've used the Sky feed over the Fox feed. I prefer the Fox commentary and Fox production over the Sky New Zealand. Again, personal. I've only seen it, and it's only in a couple of NRLW games, not the NRL Warriors games. It's the Women's Warriors games. So I don't know if that's an agreement they've got with KO Sports, who actually do the NRL Watch NRL website. Same with Watch AFL, which I might get next year. Might watch some more AFL games. Might do. I'm not saying I will do. I might do. It's a cost thing I've got to work out. I've just had my rent increase, for example, and it's not massive, but it's now enough for me to go. This could be the last year I live in this apartment. Okay, I'm going to let you get away with that comment there, Mr. Paul from Auckland. Got to be a little bit, respectful. I feel sorry for Tiffany Salmond for her getting the boot from the NRL broadcasts, and there's been a big thing about that. In like, oh, she was on, now she's off. Main problem I have is they target certain players: Bellingham, Kelly, Pollock, totally. Pollock though is a little bit of a bell end, not gonna lie. And but again, he's young and he's from that's what we call the TikTok social. We just try and keep it a little bit less, I wouldn't say sexist, but misogynistic. Because what I found is, I'll let you get away with that one, but yeah, she is attractive. I do know who you're talking about, Laura McGodrick. She's not Tiffany Salmon. This is, I think, what I found with when it comes to sports broadcasting, especially with pitch side reporters. A lot of them are women, and they're putting them in the position where you've got players on the bench, mostly and predominantly male sports, so NRL. You've got that rather attractive female sideline reporter, and there's interviewing, going into the change rooms at halftime, talking to the coach, or who's injured, who's coming out, and I think there's a bound. I think that's for me. But yeah, you do find a lot of female touchline sideline reporters in the men's leagues, and I'm a little bit. I look, they're there, they're doing a job, but I think they get demoted to the crap positions, which is the sideline reporter is the crappy position. I'm not going to lie. You get less airtime. You get on a live broadcast, you might get 15, 20 minutes out of a 2-3 hour broadcast. Is this? Yeah. So, there's male space, female space that we've been having this discussion for a long time. Don't get me wrong, there's plenty of great female sports reporters and sports presenters and commentators and pundits. I've grown up for years, obviously, over here in the UK. We've had a plethora of female commentators and sports presenters who are very, very good at their job. And there's a big debate about, should women be presenting and commentating on the men's game of where it inserts sport, and vice versa. Should men be commentating on the women's equivalent, be it football, rugby, whatever? And like, the best way I can describe it. But as I say, here in the UK, I've grown up with Gabby Logan, and she was a former gymnast, so she's an ex-athlete. Her husband's Kenny Logan, the former rugby player. You've got Sue Barker, former tennis player. She's recently obviously retired from broadcasting, but she had a very long broadcasting career. Claire Balding, her brother is a famous racehorse trainer. She was in equestrian eventing. Her dad was a racehorse trainer. So she's been involved around the equine eventing and horse racing for all her entire life. Great sports presenter. There's a load of others as well. And then there's the not very good ones. And same in the men's. There's some great presenters and commentators. I think the quality of sports presenting and commentating now is not as good as what it was 20 years ago, even 10 years ago. I think there has been a drop off in quality. And we are seeing less and less of what I call the characters, who are, quite funny and tongue-in-cheek funny in regards to sports presenting and sports commentary. For example, on the cost side of things, we're talking about World Cup tickets. The BBC are not actually going to be out in the US in the studio until the quarterfinals. They're not flying out to have a studio panel and all that until the quarterfinals. They've said it's too expensive. They're cost cutting. I think ITV are looking at potentially not sending uh, a presenting team over, like the punditry half-time team, and until I think the latter stages as well. Again, cost. It's the hotel, because the networks are going, right, we've got to pay for hotels for our staff. That's the camera crews, that's the production team, the presenters, the pundits. I think Laura Woods, for me, is not on the same level as Gabby Logan and Claire Balding. I think they're a level above. She's good. Don't get me wrong. I think Laura Woods is good at, is half decent. She's not the best. She's not on the same level. She's that next generation, and I think she's not quite on the same level yet. I think she's, in years to come, I think she will still develop as a presenter and as a comment, and not as a presenter. I think she will grow more into the role she's got. She's good. She's not on a Sue Barker level or a Claire Balding level or a Gabby Logan. She's not quite there yet. I think is it Rebecca Adlington does the swimming and other events at the Olympics as well. She's quite good. As I say, I don't think Laura Woods is just quite there yet. She's still pretty good though. And she's faced a fair bit. I don't mind Laura Woods. Kate Scott, I would say, is maybe a shade above Laura Woods, but they're still not quite on Gabby Logan levels of A, being an ex-athlete, B, being married to an ex-rugby international. Not quite there yet, but they've still got very long careers ahead of them in regards to their media careers. Another good 10, 15, 20 years, maybe longer. If you look at Sue Barker, maybe 30. And again, I can't comment on like the US. I can't comment on New Zealand so much. Australia, there's a fair few. I'm following the Fox League presenters, but I know Channel 9 and Channel 7 have, their presenting teams as well. I've seen a few Channel 9 broadcasts, but I will say this. What is interesting, I think, and I go back to, Paul Kent, and, now that he's off the leash a little bit, to a certain extent, he's still got to be, responsible, I think, is a good way, because now he's classed as an independent journalist. Now he's not contracted to anyone. Look, it wouldn't surprise me if at some point a rugby league website, for example, comes along and offers Paul Kent a job. Maybe he's happy to do in the podcasting world and being independent. I think it suits him being independent. I think he's better suited being an independent podcaster, because he's a little bit more free with what he can and can't say. I think he's actually less controversial now than what he was when he was on NRL 360 and working for the Daily Telegraph. And look, we can have the debate around. It's not really the Murdoch media on the TV anymore, because they're selling a lot of their TV stations off and focusing more on their online publications and print publications, which is very interesting. So, best thing Kenty can do is stay away from the. Actually, he's don't drink anymore. Paul Kent does not drink anymore. He's been very, very clear and open that he was basically an alcoholic and is staying off the booze, which I think is part of the problem. He was clearly having an issue with alcohol dependency or alcoholism. He's been very public about that. It was also part of the court order as well that he had to stay sober. I think regularly keep up with that as part of the court order, which he received. And I think that's fine. And you can laugh at it, but I think that was part of when he ended up going to court. As part of he was found guilty. As part of it, he was told you have to go to alcohol rehabilitation and stay sober. So, because he was given a good behaviour bond for 2 years, so he's got another. I think it's. I've got to try and remember how long he's got now, but it's going to be another. Is it 8 months? I think it's 8 months. 8-9 months, I think he's got to still be on his good behaviour bond. So he can't cock up. He can't have a driving offence now because he's obviously, or a parking ticket where he's late paying the parking ticket fine. It's that kind of level where he's on a good behaviour bond, and even something which could be classed as a civil offence can be upgraded from criminal offence, like a late payment of a fine or a parking ticket. If he's back before that magistrate, he's back in that courthouse, he's in breach of his good behaviour bond. So I think that's how it works in Australia. I'm not an expert on Australian civil and criminal law, which is very similar to UK, but there are some differences in each state and territory in Australia. But he's on a good behaviour bond, which is similar to a suspended sentence here in the UK, where you've got to do X amount of community service and you've got to basically behave, otherwise you're in breach of your sentencing and you can be given a custodial. But I do believe I did a video on it. It's on the channel. Did a couple of videos on the Paul Kent situation. Just go on the channel and type in Paul Kent, and you'll see that there's about 5 or 6 videos where I chart the decline of Paul Kent as a Fox League NRL 360 presenter, and I chart the decline of Paul Kent, the Murdoch Daily Telegraph journalist, and then he launches his podcast, and obviously I've not had reason to do any videos on Paul Kent because he's behaving himself. And look, he nearly bankrupted himself with his legal fees and setting up his podcast. He really, he was working at a funeral home part-time to pay the bills. So he's always had he said he's had an interest in the chauffeuring limousine kind of business and working in other industries and working at a funeral home, and actually enjoyed it, it ended up being quite a sobering experience in more ways than one. Excuse the pun. The Paul Kent. There's the videos up on the channel. Check them out. They're some of the most watched videos on the channel. Is the Paul Kent saga from 2023 to 2024. His court appearances, his 2 suspensions, and his sacking. I think he was unfairly dealt a bad hand by Fox Sports in Australia. I think there's things about that where I think he was sort of shunted a little bit. Yes, he was found guilty, but I think there were certain things happening where other presenters and journos and those working have done similar things and got away with it. I think because he was such a high profile figure, but others have also been shunted as well, and you can and dealt a bad hand, and some of them have been highly critical of how they had their contracts terminated. Paul Kent, he had been suspended before. I don't think he can really argue because he brought disrepute to his employers. But the fact he was also shuffled on from the newspaper as well, I think was a bit. There's some things around that. I think he has, I think he has been very critical of how he was moved on from Fox League and the Daily Telegraph. But at the same time, he had been suspended before. It was a period of about a year and a half or so, 2 years. About a year and a half where things just went very, very wrong post COVID. A lot of people ended up in a look. It was always known that Paul Kent liked to drink, but I think during the lockdown and till his eventual sacking last August, I think definitely there was a heavy alcohol partying component to his life. And I think that contributed to where we end up now. Where, to be fair, his podcast is pretty good. I'm not going to lie, his podcasts are pretty fun. Hello there, welcome. We've obviously got a newer subscriber who's popped into the chat. It's nice to see some new people in the chat as well you don't regularly see, and having that kind of questions from different people. I think that's kind of cool. That's something I'm noticing a little bit more, is we're getting a few more new faces in the chat, which hasn't happened for a while. on live stream. But then again, I have changed how live streams work now, where you've got to be a subscriber to leave a comment, because we had a period about 2.5 years where every live stream was just getting hijacked by the idiot trolls and the bot accounts, and it was really just frustrating, and it just put me off doing live streams for a while, which I didn't want to do, but that was a thing. Let me just double check a few things. Let me just check the analytics quickly, because it's been a very interesting couple of days on the channel. Very interesting couple of days with viewership and engagement, and yeah, the viewership's been quite good. Viewership quite good the last couple of days, which is always really good to see. What I've noticed the last week or so, viewership from Canada, it's really surprised me. The viewership from Canada, how that's just shot up quite quickly. That always amazed me a little bit. Was the North American viewerships really the dynamic there? Always very interesting. And I am surprised I'm not getting more viewers from the US as well. But I think when the Winter Olympics come along in a couple of months, I think that's going to be fun. And it's going to be interesting if they're going to get the ice hockey arena, which is not only going to be used for the ice hockey tournament, but also the figure skating as well. When they the ice rink, the ice arena, that doesn't look like that's going to be ready on time at all. And that does surprise me, because there's a lot of arenas in northern Italy where they could have used them for the figure skating, could have used them for the ice hockey, and they've got this so wrong. I know, obviously, the COVID's had an impact, especially in northern Italy. Northern Italy really got hit hard in the first year of the pandemic. Definitely in the first 6 months, Italy got hammered, absolutely hammered, in the Milan metro, Bergamo metro area, absolutely hammered. But Cortina is a well-known tourist hotspot with winter sports, where they're hosting a lot of the events. I am really surprised that they've struggled to get all the venues done. Considering 2006 Winter Olympics, they did quite well. So there are facilities there they could have reused, which is what LA are doing a lot of. LA, very similar to 84. LA, the LA Olympics, 2 years' time. Pretty much. I mean, they're reusing a lot of facilities that are already existing without having to do major upgrades. Glasgow's stepped up to host the Commonwealths. In this summer, because of obviously what's gone on with Australia and cities pulling out. Paul Kent is a bit of a character. He's also an ex-rugby league player as well, which is quite interesting. Admittedly, his top flight professional career was one game, but he played a bit of reserve grade and New South Wales Cup for a while, and then he focused on becoming a journalist. But he was part of the Parramatta system, and then he was part of the North Sydney Bears system, and I think he played a little bit for what is now West Tigers, which would be Balmain. He lives in the Balmain area of catchment area of Sydney. I think, Paul Kent is a bit of a character. There's no denying that. He's a bit of a character. He's well known as a character, and he is a very, very interesting character. He's colourful. I think the sports media is full of some of these characters. We just don't hear about it for a variety of reasons. But I think there's going to be more that comes out about certain journalists, certain sports presenters, certain pundits that I think might surprise a few people. But people say that they wish there were more characters in the world of sport. And look, yeah, you can argue that the sports media have targeted certain players. you know, and or had a lot of negative headlines about certain athletes for a variety of reasons. Um, you could also argue we're getting less of the characters, the fun characters who are a bit off the cuff and entertaining and have a personality. We're starting to see very one dimensional athletes now over the characters, the flair, the uniqueness, the off the cuff kind of nature of some of these individuals that if they were allowed to be themselves, it'd be really entertaining. I would say the John Daly's of the world. We're getting less of the John Daly's of the world and the Paul Gascoignes of the world and characters like that and the Barnabys of the NHL. I wouldn't use Sean Avery as a good character. I don't. A lot of people don't like Sean Avery, but these kind of characters of the world. We're getting less of them in professional sport, and we're getting more of the droids who are media coached and very they're they're sort of molded to fit a system rather than allowed to express themselves on the field or on the court, like a Dennis Rodman. We're not getting Dennis Rodmans in the NBA. We're not getting the John Dalys in golf. We're not getting the very colourful Smoking Joe Winklehocks in motorsport. If you don't know who Smoking Joe Winklehock is, or Joachim, I think is how you pronounce his first name. Joachim Winkelhock was a touring car driver in the 90s. He raced in the DTM and he raced in the British Touring Car Championship, and he was always well known for having a lit cigarette whilst driving, to and from the grid and things. And this is think about fuel. This could explode. Joachim Winkelhock, one of my favourite drivers from the 90s. Absolute character. You don't get them. You don't get the James Hunts in F1. You're getting little bits and little snippets from your Vettels and your Alonsos and some of the drivers I have a little bit about them, a little bit of cheeky humour, but you Daniel Ricciardo's, but they're not on the same level as James Hunt in the 70s and 80s and into the 90s as a commentator. They're not on the same level. They're not on the. You're not getting the. It's just when it comes to pro athletes, I think the Dennis Rodmans of the world are just not there. A lot of people now find that, given the choice, a lot of players probably wouldn't engage with the media. And that's fair. I think that's a fair assessment. A lot of athletes probably don't want to engage with the media. I think the individual sports like tennis and darts and snooker, I think they're a little bit forced to because of the way their tournaments work, which is straight knockout, and you've got to front the media before a game and after a game, or before a match and after a match, where you've got to do your media availability. So you've got to face the media after you've had a crushing loss in a tournament, and you've got to give your media. Motorsport, you've got the drivers' media, and then you've got the team media. That's a bit. You could have had a really poor race, and whatever's happened. You've had an incident. You crashed out. There's been a clash on the track with another driver, wheel to wheel. A couple of big trades, obviously. Vancouver have been involved in a big trade. Edmonton and Pittsburgh involved in a big trade. I think these are hockey trades for hockey reasons rather than for salary cap relief. Again, you've got the Christmas roster freeze coming up, I think in about a week and a half's time. Quinn Hughes getting traded from the Vancouver Canucks is a big one, and Stuart Skinner from the Oilers as well as and Tristan Jarry going either way. Some goalkeeping change at the Oilers. That is a hockey trade. Quinn Hughes, I don't know what's going on there, but that's really what's going on in the NHL. Is we have these two big, there's been three major trades that have happened yesterday. I think there's going to be a few more teams and GMs that may make some roster moves in the next couple of days before the roster freeze. And then, of course, we've got the Olympics, and again with what's happening with the Winter Olympics and the ice skating and ice hockey arena not being ready and there's some certain issues there. It's going to be interesting whether the NHL decides to pull its players from the Winter Olympics. That's going to be interesting if that happens. But apart from that, today I haven't really paid too much attention today. There's been a lot of reaction to the Quinn Hughes trade. Canucks fans are just very split on it. There's a lot of frustration, I think, in the fan base in Vancouver with how the team has been playing for a long time, and the direction the team's been taking and the lack of success the team's had, and where they're sitting in the Pacific Division and where they're sitting in the NHL overall standings, and that, Rick Tocchet make the playoff season and win the division season, whether that was a false dawn. The ownership, a lot of anger towards the ownership in Vancouver. The fact that the team is not and the ownership aren't willing to go through a proper rebuild and actually, look at how the team's put together, the player development with the AHL and ECHL affiliates, because a lot of the Abbotsford Canucks have left the organisation, been traded out, or they've left on free agency, or they've been waived and picked up. And so the depth in the organisation with player development isn't there, which they kind of need right now. But last year with the JT Miller trade and Elias Pettersson getting the extension, I covered that this time last year, JT Miller getting moved out. And there was talk last year. Again, I was sat in my friend's living room. The trade happens. And I'm like, this has happened. They've traded JT Miller out of the organisation. And there was reports coming out that there was divisions in the locker room. And fast forward 12 months. And they said at the time, Quinn Hughes is going to stay a part of this team. We're not going to rebuild. Obviously, that's all changed. Either Alvin, as the GM, has managed to convince the Aquilinis, the ownership, that a rebuild is necessary. I don't know, but I think that's their season done. I can't see them making the play. I'm a Jets fan. We're not making the playoffs. We've fallen off a cliff, and I can't see how we're going to, turn our season around. But I actually think that's the Canucks season. They've thrown in the towel. They put the cue in the rack, and that is a massive trade. Overall, I think the NHL is in a very interesting place right now. I think it's a really interesting dynamic where the league's at. Obviously, in recent weeks, the NHL has come out and said that any future expansion team is going to be $2 billion as a fee, US, which I think is ridiculous, how high the expansion fee is going to be for the 33rd and 34th franchises, although technically Utah is the 33rd franchise whilst Arizona's in stasis. But when the league expands to 33 and 34 teams, $2 billion, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Now, whether expansion is announced before the next collective bargaining agreement is put in place, which I think is in 2030. So that's good. 4 years. 4 years. Whether that happens before then, that a franchise is announced, and they start the process of, well, they're going to join the league at this point, or an announcement's made post 2030, I think it's more likely pre 2030. I know there's those out there that think that any future expansion is going to happen after the end of the current CBA. But the fact that the NHL and the NHLPA managed to negotiate a new CBA with a year to spare, I think is a real positive sign that the stability's there. With stability, you can negotiate better broadcast rights and media rights and corporate deals, sponsorship deals, investment. The value of the values of teams now, the worst valued team is Columbus, and it's still over $1 billion in value. I think it's 1.02 billion, so they're just over $1 billion in value. That's the Columbus Blue Jackets. We know conversations have been had with multiple cities. There's going to be a team in Atlanta. Phoenix has got a 5-year refusal. And we know a team's going to go to Phoenix. It's about where the other two teams make up the East and West to balance the conferences and divisions. So I think a 4-team expansion, we're going to go to 36. Now, whether they cap out at 36 or they decide to go to 40, we shall see. But $2 billion is minimum is the figure that's being thrown around as the minimum expansion fee figure. And it's 500 million for Vegas, 650, I believe, for Seattle. So you're more than doubling the expansion fee. And considering if you add those two expansion fees together, that makes 1.1 billion. It's like basically it's double. It's double what those two teams paid several years apart when they joined the league. And 2 billion shared between 32 is more than 500 shared between 30 or 650 shared between 30 because Vegas got none of that expansion money. 2 billion that's a lot of money for all the owners. No. I'm Quebec, no. Too small a market, and also it's a francophone market. There's not enough corporate. You're going to sell the building out. Quebec will sell the building out. The league knows this. They're more interested in getting new fans, not getting existing fans that already watch and already go to games and watch. Also, the cost, because of the value of the Canadian dollar right now, it's you're not getting your money's worth. It costs more for a Canadian team to operate north of the border in the major leagues than south of the border. So $1 billion US is like 1.3 billion Canadian in what running costs. So let's say expansion fees at 2 billion, that's 2.6 billion Canadian. A Canadian ownership group's got to have to find for Quebec around $2.6 billion to the league. Now they've got an arena, yes. Quebec Corps owns that arena. It's nearly 20,000 seats. 18. Oh shit! What's the Quebec City arena? It's about 18,200 seater arena or something along those lines of fans you could get in there. But it's the cost. It's the cost. It's the exchange rate, the tax system does have a part to play. The weather does have a part to play as well. Even though it's a winter sport, it's about what it costs to pay the salaries, because the player salaries are calculated in US dollars, but the running costs will be in Canadian, so it costs more. You've got to factor that in. That's a known thing. Whereas in the late 90s, early 2000s, economically things changed for a brief period where the Canadian dollar was in a better position than the US. The US was actually the weaker currency. So $1 billion Canadian was actually 1.2 billion US for a period. There was about a 3, 4, 5 year period where the Canadian dollar was parity or actually stronger than the US. It's economics. It's not that you can't sell the building out. It's not that you can't. Players will play there. European players will just sign because they want to play in the NHL. Canadian players will play. US players will play. Players will play there. Forget the false narrative of it's the tax system. It's taxes are lower in certain states in the US. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, it has a little part to play, but when you're earning multi-millions after tax, you're still a multi-millionaire. Not really a big thing. It's the running costs. It's the economics. That's part of the reason why. Unless the Canadian dollar really gets back to parity or actually becomes stronger and the US dollar becomes weak. It's not going to happen. Or weaken Canadian dollar. Is the Canadian dollar too strong? Basically, the exchange rate's got to be the point where the Canadian dollar holds its value better against the US, or actually the US dollar weakens against the Canadian. That's basically it, economics. And also there's some geopolitics as well, but again, that's with the US government. My favorite players ever and why? Ooh. I like hardworking players. Hardworking players. I wouldn't say call them grinders, but hardworking players. You can tell, team kind of guys. The unsung heroes. I prefer a player you can see is putting in effort every night. And is yeah, don't get me wrong, love the skilled players. But I like guys who are big, physical, throw themselves around a little bit. But you can see the hard-working engine rooms. They're clearly popular in the locker room. They're clearly popular even with their opposing players who actually they have respect. Just your hard-working players. But Jaromir Jagr is one of my favourites. Ask me why, he just is. His professional career's gone on longer than I've been alive. Jaromir Jagr has been playing professional ice hockey before I was born, and I'm 36, and he's still playing. So his entire career is my life plus change. That's just Jaromir Jagr. He's possibly one of my favourite players. I don't really have favourite players though. There's some players that I like, and then there's players that I dislike. But no, I used to like Ed Jovanovski as a defenseman. He was a good player. I like Mark Scheifele as, that's a bit of bias because I'm a Jets fan, but I like Mark Scheifele. I think he's underrated as a player. Obviously, big Dustin Byfuglien was just a machine. I liked Ben Sherratt when he was a Winnipeg Jet. I think his career sort of. He had a good defensive partnership with Dustin Byfuglien. They were two of the most physical players, absolute beasts on that blue line when they played together. But I did like Ed Jovanovski. He's one of my favourite players. Jaromir Jagr, I mean, it's just Jaromir Jagr. He's an icon. There's been some great players. But I prefer hardworking players, team players. There's a lot of players that I like who haven't played in the NHL, who played over here in Europe that I've seen play. I don't know what it is, but I'm more of a fan of defensemen than forwards. I don't know why. I'm as I say, I'm more of a fan of defensemen than forwards, and that I honestly don't know why that is. But then again, when I was playing sport, be it rugby or soccer, association football, I was more of a defensive player anyway, or a goalkeeper. So same with field hockey, same with football. Rugby, I was even though I was an outside back, I actually started in the forward pack. And I was more of a defensive-minded player. I just suited my skill set when I was a kid. And my coaches actually tried to get me to be more attacking, ironically. They said I had all the attributes of really good defensive read of the game. So I got the defensive reads right. Was willing to throw myself at any moving object, be it person or ball. It's kind of interesting. Even in cricket, I was more of a defensive batsman and a fielder. My bowling was terrible, but I could literally just block balls. I was literally a very defensive batsman. I say that I could hit the ball occasionally. I could just swing the bat, but I was more of a fielder. But as a young teenager, my coaches were like, Christ, you throw yourself at any moving object, be it ball or person. I was like, yes. It's like, well, very good defensively. Can we get a bit more attacking play out of you? Can you do some more attacking play? I went, no. So But it was, occasionally I scored the odd try playing, rugby and the odd goal playing football. But I was more of a goalkeeper. They found out I was better in goal because I didn't. I was actually one of the few players who actually volunteered to play in goal as well. I mean, I'm more of a fan of goalkeepers and defensive players. Don't ask me why. I especially when it comes to like rugby league and um, and football. Football. We're talking soccer here for North Americans and Australians. Um, most of my favourite players are goalkeepers. When it comes to cricket, ironically, it's not batsmen that are my favourite players. It's all rounders. It's especially bowling all rounders. You can bat a bit, but ironically, can or batting bowl or bowlers who can bat a bit. I think that's a good way to look at it. Um, I like my fast bowlers who actually have a little. They can bat a little bit. So your Jason Gillespie's, your Dale Staines, and your Brett Lees. They're three of my favourite players, and I like Ryan. And for England players, Ryan Seibert, partly because the name, but actually he was a very underrated, very and Hoggard. If I was going to have a bowling attack, I mean, there's five very scary pace bowlers. They go, there's my bowling attack. Oh, by the way, they can all bat a bit as well. Jack Callis is one of my favourite players of all time, and because he could get hundreds and double hundreds, but he could get a 5 wicket haul and smash the ball for six. But when it comes to ice hockey or rugby league, even rugby union to a certain extent, when you look at like my favourite players, they're more defensively minded. They have really good defensive stats, and they hurt people. Like, yes, don't get me wrong, love the tries and the goals and the skill, but you give me like a Tony Staggs centre and a centre battle in rugby league where you've got the opposite centre. You give me a Jesse Ramian or a Tony Staggs, who I think should be playing State of Origin, and they haven't. Some of the hits Brian Kelly, I like a bit. Brian Kelly's just a bit mental, but he's a good player. I think he's underrated. I think he could be a bit better defensively, but he's a pretty decent overall kind of centre. Your Herbie Farnworth, he's a very good centre in attack and defence. I think he's underrated in defence, but in attack he's brilliant. Joey Manu, I think he was when he was playing, brilliant. I think potentially one of the best players in the game. It's a shame he's gone to rugby union. I think partly because of salary cap reasons. I think he will be back in rugby league. I think he will return to the NRL. Fuck. But then some of the forwards like Angus Crichton, some of the hits he dishes out. Victor Radley, when he's actually on his game and gets it right, he's a very good destructive tackler. Jake Travojevic, when he's fully fit and focused and playing well as a player, and his brother Ben. Tom Travojevic, Turbo, he's too injury prone, but the Travojevic brothers, there's no doubt they've got skill, but Jake and Ben, I think Ben's more versatile because he can play in the centres. He's quite a good player. I'm trying to think because there's some great players, absolutely fantastic players who've played the game. But Joey Manu is one of my favourite players ever to play rugby league. Just so happens to play for a team I don't particularly like, which was the Sydney Roosters, but he's I think an underrated player for me. I think the Vegas games the back in 2024, the opening Vegas game, that back of the hand blind pass he flicks off, and he's not even looking at the winger who's going to receive the ball, so he's literally back of the hand like that. So his ball's in this hand, and he flicks it, and he spins it, and he gets it. Oh, that is just a play. Yeah, he's done that so many times before, but he looks like he's going to pass with this hand, but he actually passes with the other hand, and he flicks the ball behind him. and he gets it right in the hands, right in the breadbasket. Brilliant. That is one of the best tries you'll see. It's a fantastic try. Sorry, it is absolutely fantastic. One of the best tries you'll see. I have to admit, though, in the women's game, you've got Isabel Kelly and Jess Sturgis. They are absolute animals, and they're both centres. I think so. But basically, when it comes to rugby league, my favourite players are centres. And then you've got rugby union. Some of my favourite players in rugby union are back row forwards and centres as well. I don't know what it is. It's those kind of positions where you've either got back row players like your Angus Crichtons and your Victor Radleys and Jake Travojevic, and there's a few others as well. You just dish out destructive hits. And then you've got the centres like Herbie Farnworth is one of the best players in the game. Joe Marnie was one of the best players in the game. He might return. The Morris twins, both of them could play centre, though one was more of a wing fullback, the other was more of a wing centre. They were they had great careers. Yeah, there's some really good. I don't know what it is, but Mal Meninga, Laurie Daly. As I say, I don't know what it is, but it's back row forwards and centres in rugby league are my favourite players. There's something about those two positions where, and I do stress this, I just don't know what it is, but that there is just something about those positions on the field where when they make a play or make a hit, like just Joey Marnie, just how he played the game. And there's the debate around like Latrell Mitchell at the Bunnies, and when he was at the Roosters, he actually was a centre, and left centre I think is his best position. I think they're going to try and get him to play in the halves, but I can see him playing at left centre at various points in this coming season. He's better as a centre. There is no doubt he's more destructive in the centres. I think he plays better, both attack and defence. Fullback, he disappears from the game at times in his positioning. I just don't think he's got the full. He's a big unit, but I don't think he's just fit. I wouldn't say he's fit enough. I think it's the cardio aspect, and he's quite a big bloke, and you've got to be quick as well as physical. I just don't think he's quite. I don't think he's quite suited to the fullback role. I think his best position is left centre. But that's just observing the game and observing his career since he made his debut for the Roosters. I think in 2016, he's best as a left centre. I think it's clear and obvious for anyone who's watched the game. He's just not good enough to be a fullback. In his positioning and his fitness, yes, you want him to be on the ball and create things in attack, but defensively, fullback is not his role. But it's interesting. If you were to ask me, like, who my favourite kind of hockey players are, again, defensive players and goaltenders. It's just, I don't know what it is. That's my sports fandom. Defensive players in hockey and goaltenders in hockey. When it comes to association football, I'm more of a fan of that box-to-box player, hard worker. And again, goalkeepers. Ironically, goalkeepers rank kind of highly. And so if I was to do my top 10 favourite players, it's either that box-to-box midfielder or goalkeeper would dominate my top 10. And rugby league, and to a certain extent rugby union, it's very similar. It's centres and back row forwards. And I think actually that the hardest position to play on a rugby league field is probably centre, both in defence and attack, because you've got to get your positioning right, and when the fullback comes in into the attacking line, they're going to most likely come on your outside rather than your inside. And then if you are defending, that fullback's going to be hovering around behind the centre back row position on either side. That's generally where they come into the defensive side of things. And that's that communication side of it. It's also the attacking side of it. You've got to be a three-dimensional, 360-degree kind of player. Because sometimes if there's an injury, you'll see sometimes a centre end up playing as an emergency back row and vice versa. I think that kind of combination you've got to have with your back rower, centre, winger. That back row has got to be able to cover the centre role, and the centre's got to be able to cover the back row role as well. And you do see some crossover. But if you've got a specialist centre, it's something to see. Ironically, I did a lot of my playing in rugby on the right and left wing, more so on the left wing than the right, even though I'm a right footer and I'm more dominant right-sided. I spent a lot of time and a lot of time at fullback as well. It's just weird. Again, more of a defensive than attacking side of things. Let's just say that. Just how that worked out. But it's interesting. That's something I've got to actually plan is season previews for the NRL. I mean, pre-season actually starts on the 7th. Is it this? Pre-season's already started in pre-season training, but the actual pre-season games start on the 7th of February. I think the first pre-season games are played. So less than 2 months. So that in itself is very, very interesting. But yeah, I like hardworking players, and when it comes to the big contact team sports, physical players who can throw big hits, big tackles, big defensive plays, and even those players on an attacking sense who, again, can break that defense down with that big physical play, with a little bit of skill. But hardworking players generally rank higher on my favourite list. But I don't really have a Jaromir Jagr, though, is one of my favourite players. And Timu Solani as well was one of my favourite players, so they rank highly. But Ed Jovanovski is a defenseman. Just Jovocop, beast of a player. But yeah, I don't really watch the team sports for one particular player or one particular style of player. But if you were to force me to rank hockey players or rugby league players or AFL or rugby union, there would be a leaning towards those who are more defensively minded, hardworking, unsung heroes. I like, the salt of the earth kind of gritty kind of players, because without them you can't win. Without them in your squad or in your team or on your match day, whatever, you're not going to win without them. But you can win with them. You can't win without them. You need the glue guys. You need the squad guys. And it's one of my favourite rugby league players, if not my favourite rugby league player, is Adrian Morley. Moz. And just type in Adrian Morley and just, absolute animal of a human being. Nicest guy off the field. On the field, so destructive. Off the field, one of the nicest guys. And I would just love to meet Adrian Morley properly. Sit down with him. But that would require drinking a large amount of alcohol, and I don't particularly. I mean, I've got some beers in the fridge, but I don't really want to. That'd be the basis of that, because I'll be quite drunk. But no, I'm trying to think of some other players off the top of my head. There's so many great players who played the game of rugby league or ice hockey or rugby union or football. It's hard because, again, it's subjective. and people are going to have a different opinion on a top 5 or top 10. I mean, I've done my all-time cricketing 11, my all-time footballing 11. My I've got to do my ultimate rugby league team of starting 13 and interchange bench of 4 plus 18th man. That will be my ultimate NRL team. Christ, that'd be an interesting one. That really would be an interesting lineup, actually. That would be really, that could be quite an eye opener. But again, haven't got round to that yet. My favourite, yeah, I think. I mean, I when I did my favourite, favourite cricketing 11, favourite footballing 11, back in, I think it was 2018 and 2019. I did those videos. So a very long time ago then. Back in 2018 and 2019, very, very long time ago. There was some feedback going, you haven't got this player in your team, why not? And it's like, well, it's subjective. Just because they might be voted the best player in the world, or they've taken X amount of wickets in cricket, or they've scored X amount of goals in football, or scored X amount of tries in rugby, or whatever the case may be. You've got to think, okay, why have I selected the team I've selected? What's my reasoning for that selection? And then I gave my reasons why I've got, certain players in certain positions. And then there was one of them going, oh, you've gone for a very bowling heavy lineup. It's like, well, have you noticed all the bowlers that I've selected have all got a test century or a test 50? A lot of people didn't realise the bowlers I selected can score runs, and having a very long tail in a cricketing lineup is actually crucial. If you've got players down your order at 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, even 11, you can score you 10 runs here, 20 runs there, but actually can knock a test 50 or a first class 50. That's dangerous for your opposition. But also, if they can get you 5 wickets in an innings, I mean, Christ, if you've got, I think in my, if I look back, I know Jack Callis is in that team. I said, I'm having Jack Callis, I'm having Dale Stone, I think I had Jason Gillespie, I think I had Brett Lee, I think I had, was it Adam Grid? I think I had AB de Villiers as a batting all-rounder, and I had Adam Gilchrist as a wicketing all-round. I had 3 all-rounders in my, I think I had 8 players who could bowl. And all of them had, I think all of them had over 100, was it over 100 or over 50? They could all get test wickets, and they all had at least a half century at test. It's just, this team can, do quite well. But it was, if I was to do that video now, I would say, do any English players get into my ultimate cricketing 11? Probably not. I don't think it would change too much from 2018. Don't think it would change too much. There might be the odd one here or there, but I don't think it I would have too many changes to the video I did in 2018. It'd be the same with the footballing 11 as well. I wouldn't make too many changes to that. There might be 1 or 2 here or there. It's so hard because you've got to be like, it's subjective. It's subjective, and you're not going to please everyone when you have a subjective kind of list, which is why I don't do that many of them. And that's why people go, why have you missed out such and such a player and such? Why would you not have them in the team? Well, you can have a team full of superstars and they don't win anything. Or you can have a team that's made of individuals, or individuals that make a team. You've got to have players who are team players. There's no I in team. That's what I was always told. A winning team has other components where you have the star kind of flashy, and then you have the grinding workman kind of under the radar, the glue kind of aspect to win you stuff. And a lot of teams that show much promise but then deliver little is they don't have that right work ethic. They have too many egos. The team's unbalanced where there's too much creativity and not enough hard work, or too much hard work. You've got to have a balance between youth and experience and all sorts. And I can't remember what comments were left in the my all time footballing 11, but like, you don't have so and so in your squad. Oh, you're mad. It's like, well, no, actually. I don't have said player. I can't remember who. I think it was either Zidane or someone else. But I think I had Figo in there, but I didn't have Zidane. People were like, why is Zidane omitted? It's like, because he is. Because he is. I think you can have too much of a good thing, and it unbalances what you're trying to do. And you don't quite get that right balance between that grit and you need a little bit of nastiness. You need that, a couple of nasty kind of players in the sense that they will get physical with the opposition and rough them up a little bit and be that agitator, like your Mascaranos, for example, and your Robbie Savages, to name two. Mascherano, obviously, Argentina, Robbie Savage of Wales, both played in the Premier League. Both very gnarly kind of. Robbie Savage was more of an irritant, but they could get under an opposition player's skin. You not your Dennis Wise, because he was just an annoying little man, but you Vinnie Jones kind of players who would, definitely a bit about them. You need players like that. You need players that are going to play the villain. And the teams that are generally successful actually have a couple of gnarly characters like that in their squad at some point. And whether they play every game or not is irrelevant. You need a little bit of I wouldn't say dirty play, but you need characters like that. And I think the modern sport now, you were sort of lacking a few of these gnarly characters, because again they're being, I wouldn't say coached out, but it seems that we've shifted to this prototype athlete kind of. You've got to be between 5'10" and 6'4", and you've got to weigh between like 14 and 19, maybe 20 stone, be pure muscle, be chiseled, and be able to go for 80 to 90 minutes playing rugby or football. And your personalities and your flair, you're told not to do that. You've got to fit to a system. You've got to stay within that system. You can't stray from the system. You've got to be a robot. And now we're developing athletes rather than players. And I think the quality of what we're seeing in a lot of sports, not every sport, but a lot of sports, is a lot less now than we had before. And I think we're over coaching at too young an age, and then we're too rigid in the style of play that it's almost like every team almost carbon copies. It's the small little, what they call win areas, where it's the effort areas, the extra 10% of mostly in defence, ironically, where things are won and lost. But we're coaching flair out of players. Players, play what's in front of you. Then they're scared of doing that now. I think in part it's because of the amount of money now that's involved in professional sport and where we've gone in that direction. But I think it's hurt the product as a result a little bit. I definitely think we've hurt the products, of rugby league and rugby union and football a little bit, because now players are told You've got to fit the system. You've got to play to the system. And instead of allowing the players to problem solve, which what am I doing, my love? There we go. We're figuring it. We're figuring things out. So instead of players being allowed to problem solve and express themselves in regards to their, there we go. We're figuring it out. Yeah. So players back in the day were basically allowed to play what was in front of them, problem solve, find solutions. So this defense has tactfully nullified the attack. Problem solve. How are you going to work around that defensive system? It was the NHL had this in the 90s with the neutral zone trap. And it did impact goal scoring. And so coaches coached for the neutral zone trap. And what ended up happening was other coaches replicated it, and it became more of a chess battle. And the game slowed down, goal scoring drops off. And as a result, rule changes had to come in to free up play and get the expansive, creative players a bit more time to see passes, create play. But even now, that players are still playing within a system rather than problem solving. Too many players are they're shoehorning players into roles, and they're taking away that flair aspect. And okay, players, athletes are fitter now. Obviously, there's more sports. I think they're overdoing it with the analytics and the sports science. I think that's a big part of, I think, the shift. You see, the diets are better, the recovery, the science behind it. Yeah, okay, I get that. I do get that. But I think at times they overkill with the sports science and the sports analytics and coaching by numbers, because the analytics will say this player does X, Y, Z, but that doesn't tell you what he's like as a person, the character, the relationships he builds with his teammates and the coach, and how that kind of the personal connection and the personality of the player. It tells you what the player does when they receive possession, how they distribute possession, how they act out of possession defensively, how they act in attack. That tells you one thing. Coaching by analytics is suicide. You've got to do a lot of coaching by character and how that individual player responds to losing possession, how he responds to such and such a teammate getting injured, missing the next 4 games, how he responds in a potential positional change, a role change. How he responds when certain players are in the lineup, out the lineup, how he responds in training. The numbers can tell you one thing. It doesn't tell you a lot about a player's personality. It tells you nothing about a player's personality. It tells you nothing about the personal relationships he will build and the personal combinations he will build with his teammates, and how he deals mentally, necessarily under high stress. Tell you a little bit, not everything. What he's like away from training, what he's like in his personal life, what he's like building relationships away from the game, and how he problem solves things physically and mentally. Their analytics is data can be manipulated, and it is flawed. And we're losing, I think, a few of the flair characters from sport. As I've said for many years, I preferred watching all sports more in the 90s and the 2000s than I do now. Rugby league, I think is actually a bit of a better product now than what it was 20 years ago. But when it comes to football, rugby union, I enjoy watching them a lot less now than what I did 20 years ago. I think we're coaching athletes rather than players, and we're coaching too much by numbers and the sports science rather than allowing the player to problem solve. Not being too rigid in the tactics and shoehorning a certain player into a certain role, allowing them to be a bit more flexible in their own abilities. Yeah, well, that's my views on certain aspects in regards to professional sport. Yes, I understand there's more money involved now. The salaries are higher. The potential for, because there's so much money on the line. Okay, absolutely. But you still need those characters. You still need those players who have nicknames that are actually used in commentary. So when you've got certain players who's in commentary, they're using their nickname. They're characters. We don't have them. We just do not have them anymore. In the we have the odd one, but they're an outlier. They're an exception rather than the rule. And yeah, there's definitely. I think we've lost a little bit the magic and the mystique about it. As I say, there's the odd example which bucks the trend, but for the most part, I think we are overcoaching. We've sort of lost some of the uniqueness of those individual flair players and characters, where we've instead of having players, we've got athletes. And I think there's a point where we've lost a lot of the old school coaching as well, which is more on personal development and that one-to-one kind of development. Those coaches are becoming less and less. And yeah, we're losing a lot of the players that lit up various sports in the past because it doesn't suit modern coaching and modern style of structure, repetitive, and staying within the system. That's the modern professional sport, and I think that's something I think we've lost a little bit. But anyway, that's been over 4 hours now. I really appreciate all the questions. There's been some really interesting questions. And yeah, it's going to be interesting how the rest of the year pans out the next couple of weeks. That's going to be really interesting how the next, is it 3 weeks pan out of the year? And then we're into 2026. This time in 3 weeks' time will be 2026. So that in itself, stunning how quickly the year's gone by. How it's Christmas already. That's just mad. And yeah, it will be 3 weeks' time. Will be 2026. So looking forward to next year. As I say, there's 3 major sporting events to look forward to, which are the Winter Olympics, the FIFA World Cup, and the Rugby League World Cup. They're the ones I'm really looking forward to. There's lots of others as well. But there we go. So thank you very much for watching. I really appreciate all the questions and the comments. And yeah, I'll have some more content, obviously, for you all very, very soon. So tomorrow morning, I'll be watching the race 2 of the Asian Le Mans series in Sepang. I wouldn't be surprised if the weather has a big part to play again. It had a big part to play in race 1, led to a couple of safety cars. Driving standards still horrendous as normal for the Asian Le Mans series. The fact they're going to try and bring hypercar into next season is just ridiculous. I just no, absolutely not. But there we go. And yeah, from me for now, thank you very much for watching. And yeah, I'll have some more content for you all very, very, very soon. So bye for now.